You're listening to your local independent public radio station, The Maverick. KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin at 89.7 FM in Mankato and 91.3 FM in Austin. Online at KMSU.org, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato. Big ideas, real-world thinking.
Any opinions expressed during the following program are those of the hosts and not of KMSU, KMSK, its underwriters, Minnesota State University, Mankato, or the public at large. Thank you.
Your alarm clock goes off, and it's way too early to get up. I know you were out late or something and should really hit the snooze, 'cause it's too early in the morning. Boy, would another few minutes of sleep really do it? Just sleep in today. I'm sure you have some sick days left at work. Tell them you've got the plague. It works every time, and I'll cover for you, 'cause I'm that kind of guy. Well, no, I'm not, but I listen to Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. Enemies of commercial radio. Their show is almost as good as sleep. It's pop music as pornography. Tell them your car broke down. Tell them you're all snowed in. Just get your sleep. Just get your sleep. Tell them your car broke down. Tell them you're all snowed in. Just get your sleep. Or at least listen to Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. Two music geeks on the radio. Their show is almost as good as sleep. It's pop music as pornography. Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. It's pop music as pornography. Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. It's pop music as pornography. Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. It's pop music as pornography. Shuffle Function with Shy Boy, Tim, and Shelly. It's pop music as pornography.
We heard from these guys on our President's Day show. And for my money, nobody puts historical facts to a catchy dance tune quite like they do. Here's They Might Be Giants, and a story about a Belgian painter named James Ensor. I'll give you some of the facts afterwards, and you can judge the veracity of the song for yourself.
Meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Dig him up and shake his hand, appreciate the man. Before there were junk stores, before there was junk, he lived with his mother and the torments of Christ. The world was transformed, a crowd gathered round, pressed against his window so they could be the first to meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Raise a glass and sit and stare, understand the man. He lost all his friends, he didn't need his friends. He lived with his mother and repeated himself. The world has forgotten, the world moved along. The crowd at his window went back to their homes. Meet James Ensor. Meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Dig him up and shake his hand, appreciate the man.
So They Might Be Giants, number one group at Mensa, and the story of James Ensor. He was a Belgian painter. He did repeat himself. He did lose his friends. And he did live with his mother, a lovely woman. He was part of the avant-garde group called the 20. He was actually the group's founder and leader, but he had sharp differences of opinion with the other group members. He showed his work with them until 1888, until some of his paintings, such as the entry of Christ into Brussels, were rejected as scandalous, and the 20 disbanded. You see, he did lose his friends. All the facts are there in the song, folks. In the later years of his life, he wrote music, he designed sets for ballets, and never stopped painting, holding the brush until his death at the age of 89. A rich life, a long life. Kind of a short song, though.
Love it.
I remember the first time we played that and somebody was like, who did you get to fake Bob Dylan?
Man.
Can't fake Bob Dylan. No.
So good. That was, of course, Meet James Ensor, the theme time radio version on 89.7 The Maverick.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to Shuffle Function, or as we call it today, the first hour of They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants. My name is Shelley.
I'm Shy Boy Tim.
I am Tom.
And I'm Chantel.
You guys are our day sponsors. You're the reason for the season. And how many years is this? We always ask you this, and we always kind of guess.
I'm pretty sure it's 6.
6?
6 sounds right. You know, is there something on the wiki?
I don't know. There probably is, but I don't know. Our 6th year of just playing They Might Be Giants. I know the first few years it was not 12 hours. That's only been the last maybe 2 or 3 years. Mm-hmm. But it started out with just me, myself, being totally overwhelmed by the world. And then saying to you, Tim, you need to be there next time that I do this. And then suddenly it became, you guys need to be here too when we do
overwhelmed
this.
by the world in a fun way instead of the way that we are day by day.
Yes, exactly.
Right. It's a nice change.
Good point. Good point. But welcome to Shuffle Function. It is 21 degrees outside, but for some reason, a ridiculous amount of frost on the car. So I had to deal with some scraping this morning. But it's going to get up to 40 today, partly cloudy. 41 tomorrow, partly cloudy as well. And Sunday, 37. Boy, the temps have really gone up. Monday's 41, Tuesday, 45, Wednesday, 41. The rest of the week is upper 30s.
And for those of you on other sides of the world, that's in Fahrenheit.
Yeah, thank you.
That's the only temperature standard I'm familiar with.
Yes, thank you for that.
Celsius, I don't know. It's 480 degrees Celsius.
So it's going to be 41 tomorrow?
Burning 80.
41 tomorrow.
I'm driving up to the Alamo Draft House to see the jerk with my nephew and my sister.
Well, you'll be inside.
For a quote along.
So you'll be inside.
No, I'm excited. That's decent driving weather.
That'll be fun.
Well, nothing could stop that from happening.
Well,
except
bad weather could. Yeah.
But knock on wood,
I'm
that's
very
not going to happen. Well, we are welcoming, of course, the world to tuning in. I hope you guys have found us either through our KMSU.org website or what other means you may have. Maybe you're even driving. Remember that one year that somebody drove up from Iowa to listen to us, and they just drove around?
That's right.
For the day till once they got the reception. Whatever way you are listening in, welcome. And we are about to just get underway by playing 12 hours of requests.
That's right. 12 solid hours of They Might Be Giants on 89.7 The Maverick. And you can submit requests at tmbg.love.
Yes, you can submit requests. You can submit questions for both John Linnell and John Flansburgh. We're expecting a call from Linnell sometime mid-morning, John Flansburgh sometime mid-afternoon. And so if you've got a question for them, you can also submit questions there. And
stories.
And
How
stories as
the
well.
music has touched your life.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to be playing requests. And as we do that, Chantil's in charge of the maps. You're going to color in either continents or countries or states or whatever you want to call them as we play them.
I posted a picture of the media room. And you can see the maps there. Chantil getting ready, lining up the little heads to put in the maps.
Yep.
And of course, there's also a picture of Shelley sitting in the actual chair that John Flansburgh sat in.
That's right.
Yeah.
I cleared it off. I used
March
to haul my
15th,
music back and forth. And
2018.
I'm feeling the flans.
Yes.
That's right.
There's a certain vibe going on. I'll give a vibe report
Give
later
the vibe
on
report
today.
to us, please.
But definitely a vibe to this chair. And you have Linnell's chair that he said.
I do. So
you're just not here.
Not,
it's at home.
not here, but yeah.
Take
Linnell's
over.
chair.
But
Historical.
Got to take care of the sacred relics.
Yes.
yeah. So that's pretty much the agenda. Talk to the Johns, play a bunch of They Might Be Giants, and talk with you guys, because this has become. I mean, we're not joking when we say the world's tuning in. We've heard from so many people already, and so keep the requests coming. We are looking for some states, however, to hit all 50 states. So I'd want to give those out early and see if we can't hit them before. I think the earliest we've hit them was about noon.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to hear from the state of Nevada, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Arkansas, Rhode Island, Vermont, and West Virginia.
All right.
I think we need
and
to.
Alaska. How could I forget Alaska?
Come on, Alaska.
All tucked away down there.
Down there.
I'm just kidding.
I think we need to set the tone of the day by reading the manifesto.
Most definitely.
Okay.
In your best Bob Dylan imitation.
They Might Be Giants is a band.
Today's no. So I wrote this 6 years ago now. So just so you know.
Does it stand up to
Just
time?
as timely
Does
as
it have
It's
does it have
timeless.
80s synth drums and
It does.
and a St. Elmo saxophone?
Well, you can really
to it?
tell when this manifesto was produced.
Yeah, this is like Neil Young's electronica phase.
Sure.
Here. Today's They Might Be Giants Day sponsors, Tom and Chantil, believe in 3 basic truths. 1, TMBG is the greatest band in America. 2, KMSU is the second greatest radio station in America. 3, James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter, died on this day 71 years ago. Actually, it's not exactly this day, but close enough. If no radio station has ever before dedicated an entire day to playing They Might Be Giants, then we as a society need to ask ourselves not only why, but also who and what?
Well said.
Yeah. Oh, also, coloring contest.
Yes.
If you go to tmbg.love/vote, you can vote on all of the coloring contest entries that people submitted. And the winners are going to get buttons, and it's just a super fun, happy time.
I will.
So the winners get a button and super fun happy time?
It's a package deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to share the link on the They Might Be Playing TMBG Facebook group, as well as the Shuffle Function Facebook group, which is our radio
Yes.
show.
Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, our first request, we just got it in from a local boy who's visiting Australia, from Eric, who is part of a Tapescape adventure. And he requested Whistling in the Dark, so that's actually going to be the first song we play, which means you get to color in a great big country
to start
And
with.
continent.
on the
And
map.
continent. Woo, a good start.
And well, he wrote this in at 4:20 a.m.
Yeah.
our time.
Dude,
So
yes.
it's almost midnight in Australia right now.
Wow.
But you can reach us again with request tmbg.love. We also have, for folks who aren't familiar with our top of the line amazing text machine we have a something called the Mancamp Corporation. It's Mancamp the hamster who runs our texting machine. You send in a text to 507-389-5678, and a little light goes off in the basement a suite that Mancamp has down there, because he's no expenses spared. Goes off in his office. He jumps on a wheel. It gets spinning, and the text comes up to my screen here in the studio, and pops up. And
very
then he gets a
sophisticated
treat.
technology.
He gets a treat after he does all that work. So today he's getting hot dogs, hot diggity dogs for his treat every time you text in your requests. So you can do that at 507-389-5678. There's so many ways for you to get in touch with us. I don't even know if we've mentioned the Twitters and the other things
We haven't, no.
that Tom is in charge of. He is IT Central.
Yeah, so I'll be live tweeting the playlist and other random garbage. And
Garbage.
Facts.
Garbage.
truth. And Tim's posting pictures and whatnots to the Facebooks. Yeah.
That's
and,
right.
and stuff.
I think we've covered everything.
This year, we're really going to try and stay on top of things.
Well, fingers crossed. First
Yeah.
song we should be pretty good. So this is going out to Eric in Ipswich, who is doing a Tapescape project.
And
in fact, I
Tapescape
shared.
is a really cool thing.
Yeah, he's an architect, and he basically builds playgrounds for kids out of tape. And if it sounds crazy and you don't believe me, go to our Shuffle Function Facebook, which is Shuffle Function, 2 words. And I posted the picture that he just sent of the Australian crew who was listening to They Might Be Giants all day
G'day.
while they were working. So you can see a picture of them in part of the Tapescape maze that they were building. It's amazing. So we're going to start with Australia. And Chantil, are you warmed up with your coloring hands?
Yes.
All right.
Ready to
I
put a
am
pin in
ready.
Australia?
Yes.
All right, here we go, you guys. This is Whistling in the Dark. Oh, from They Might Be Giants.
Oh yeah.
A woman came up to me and said, I'd like to poison your mind with wrong ideas that appeal to you, though I am not unkind. She looked at me, I looked at something written across her scalp, and these are the words that it faintly said as I tried to call for help. There's only one thing that I know how to do well, and I've often been told that you only can do what you know how to do well, and that's be you. Be what you're like, be like yourself. And so I'm having a wonderful time, but I'd rather be whistling in the dark. 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 There's only one thing that I like, and that is whistling in the dark. A man came up to me and said, I'd like to change your mind by hitting it with the rock, he said, though I am not unkind. We laughed at his little joke, and then I happily walked away and hit my head on the wall of the jail where the two of us live today. There's only one thing that I know how to do well, and I've often been told that you only can do what you know how to do well, and that's be you. Be what you're like, be like yourself. And so I'm having a wonderful time, but I'd rather be whistling in the dark. 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 There's only one thing that I like, and that is whistling in the dark. There's only one thing that I know how to do well, and I've often been told that you only can do what you know how to do well, and that's be you. Be what you're like. Be like yourself. And so I'm having a wonderful time, but I'd rather be whistling in the dark. 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 Whistling, whistling, whistling in the dark.
In 1844, the Democrats were split. The 3 nominees for the presidential candidate were Martin Van Buren, a former president and an abolitionist, James Buchanan, a moderate, Lewis Cass, a general and expansionist. From Nashville came
got handed an Ayn Rand sandwich straight from the can. It tasted so bland. I asked a lass to pass me a glass of Engels' Conditions of the Working Class. Right away they dragged me to the committee to explain my un-American activity. They're gonna see they made a mistake if they'd only let me play my mixtape. I'm not partial to the marshal or the plutocrats in their beaver hats, and the fascists have the outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music.
I hear a melody, and just as suddenly I know who I'm supposed to be.
I don't need a rationale to sing the International. I only need to plug in the headphone jack so I can listen to my backing track. I'm not jealous of the zealous or anarchics with guitar picks, and the fascists have their outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music. Yes, the communists have the music. Oh, the communists have the music.
I hear a melody, and just as suddenly I know who I'm supposed to be.
I'm not partial to the marshal or the plutocrats in their beaver hats, and the fascists have the outfits, but I don't care for the outfits. What I care about is music, and the communists have the music. Yes, the communists have the music. Oh, the communists have the music.
The known, the unknown, and the underknown. Look at what she found, digging all around by the goldfish pond. She's gonna get in trouble now, shaking up the bees, swinging from that tree, doesn't understand. She's in trouble now. It's a new year. Careful what you buy. There's no going back. She's lost from the beginning. She's the new girl. She thinks she's smart. She's just curious. She thinks she's alone. Doesn't even know someone's watching her. She's gonna get in trouble now. Waving from the shore, never knew before, doesn't understand. She's in trouble now. It's a new year. Careful what you buy. There's no going back. She's lost from the beginning. She's the new girl. Careful what you
your hand on the knob, looking up in a grub. You forget what you're thinking, fire alarms go off in your head. You live in the nightgown of the sullen moon. How the windows lean into the room. In the nightgown of the sullen moon. Drug trip, it's not a drug trip, so you feel a bit insulted. Spacewalk is like a spacewalk with the corresponding wave. Lost and you're nothing but air, with your hand in the air and your shoelaces tied up together with care. There's a feeling of boredom, of the big whoredom, following dressing up in the nightgown of the sullen moon. How the windows lean into the room. In the nightgown of the sullen moon.
Got through a few of them.
Yeah.
About 150 more to go.
That's a good song.
Nightgown of the Sullen Moon going out to John in Melbourne, Florida.
Thank you.
Careful what you pack for Lisa in Mankato,
That's
Minnesota.
right.
We have the Communists Have the Music to going out to Reagan in Markdale, Ontario. James K.
Canada.
Polk, Alex and Jenny in Portland, Oregon, and Whistling in the Dark for Eric in Ipswich, Australia. We love you. Amen.
Call that a knife? How's that? A dingo stole my baby.
I knew that was coming.
It's my other go-to Australian.
The dingo and the
God.
knife. That's what you got.
That probably went over the head of everybody born from 1990 on.
Yeah.
Which is okay.
Sure. I'll share the clip of Meryl Streep on the Facebooks.
We're working our way through the requests that we've gotten in already. And if you text us your requests, I try to get those in a little bit sooner since you're listening at the time. But keep the requests coming because that's what today is all about. They Might Be Giants for 12 hours on the radio, courtesy of Tom and Chantil, our day sponsors. And, of course, the band.
Right.
Yes.
You said we've got some votes coming in for the coloring contest?
Yeah, we're already getting quite a few votes coming in for the contest at tmbg.love/vote. We have U.S. and world maps, that some amazing entries, some amazing creativity, so thank you all for entering. And, vote. You might win a button.
Rock the vote.
And you've got a lot of coloring to do.
I do. My hand.
I've been writing them down.
It's too early to be cramping up.
You're already
Chantel.
two things behind.
Why does Canada have to have so many darn islands?
Well,
it takes a while.
That's why we love it.
That's why.
Because of the lines. That's why.
Exactly.
Has nothing to do with the health care.
No.
Or Rush.
Or Neil Young.
Or Neil Young. And everything to do with all of the islands.
Yes.
Or Canadian bacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And SCTV.
SCTV.
Yeah.
Oh, what else do we love about Canada?
Maple syrup.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good
Thank
one.
Justin
you for saying
Bieber.
What?
Cricket.
We'll see you
I
later,
can't do
Tom.
a cricket sound.
We'll see you later, Tom.
That's one way to get the day off.
But you can send us your requests by going to tmbg.love and hitting that request button. You can also go there to vote for the coloring contest.
Yeah.
You can text us for Man Camp. He's getting hot dogs, hot diggity dogs with every text message at 507-389-5678. Those are the numbers to caller or Texas.
And we are on until
you can always
6
call,
o'clock
too.
tonight.
Yeah.
Tim is sitting right here.
Yeah. 12 solid hours of They Might Be Giants. You picked a good day to listen to KMSU.
Yeah, you did.
And your requests, submit them at tmbg.love.
I'm going to keep all of my things because I'm writing down the requests too.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you guys want to see a really cool illustration, Kat Bauman, who's sort of the visual identity culprit for KMSU, for our last pledge drive in the spring, she did a $50 pledge could get you a strange concept drawing, and Tom pledged for the one of they might be really small, which is just they might be giants as a very small band. So that's posted on the TMBG, or they might be playing TMBG Facebook group.
That's awesome. All right, let's get back to the music. I got to play station ID, and then we're going to hear Abby's request from the UK, and followed by that, Connor's request from Lincoln, Nebraska. Keep those requests coming our way. 507-389-5678 is the number to call or text us. More They Might Be Giants coming right up after this.
Broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato.
This is the Maverick. KMSU 89.7 FM Mankato, KMSK 91.3 FM Austin. Proud member of IPR, Independent Public Radio.
There has been a spacecraft sighted, flying high above the sky. Sirens declare there's one among us from Venus.
Volunteers, we need volunteers, soldiers to meet them. Have no fear, you will be killed right away.
I will date the girl from Venus. Flowers die and so will I. Yes, I will kiss the girl from Venus for science. I'm so brave, I'll be her love slave.
He's so brave, you'll be her love slave forever.
Yes, I will date the girl from Venus. Flowers die and so will I. Yes, I will kiss the girl from Venus for science. Let's get those missiles ready to destroy the universe!
I got a crush. Coffee shop clerk. But she won't look up at me. Don't want to be known as the freak who just comes around to catch her eye. We could be sleeping in the flowers. We could sleep went for a walk on a stalk of weed, and it felt like 1,000,000,000,000 feet. I was looking for a friend at the end of the line, and it took me till the end of time. I was all out of luck, like a duck that died. I was all out of juice, like a moose denied. I was all out of money, like a bunny that's broke. I was all out of work, like a jerk who's a joke. And I was out of ideas, like I is. I was out of ideas. I once had a dream of a gleam in my eye, and I'll have it till the day I die. I had a thought bubble of trouble and strife, and I'll have it for the rest of my life. I was all out of luck, like a duck that died. I was all out of juice, like a moose denied. I was all out of money, like a bunny that's broke. I was all out of work, like a jerk who's a joke. And I was out of ideas, like I is. I was out of ideas.
Tippy-toe to the front door, mother, 'cause there's a guy with a long fuse. And the one thing you can't hide is all the fear you feel inside as the fuse is spelling out these words. Hide away, folk family, or else someone's gonna get you. Someone's gonna get you. Hide away, folk family, better hide away. Tippy-toe to the flatbed, father, because they're pouring out our gasoline. And sadly the cross-eyed bears been put to sleep behind the stairs, and his shoes are laced with irony. Hide away, folk family, or else someone's gonna get you. Someone's gonna get you. Hide away, folk family, better hide away.
Hello, this is Leslie Down with the Daily Home Astrology Report. Taurus, contemplate domestic turmoil. Aquarius, abandon hope for future plans.
Hide away, folk family, or else someone's gonna get you. Someone's gonna get you. Hide away, folk family, better hide away. Hide away, folk family, or else someone's gonna get you. Someone's gonna get you. Hide away. You called me last night on the telephone, and I was glad to hear from you, 'cause I was all alone. You said it's snowing, God, I hate this weather. Now I walk through blizzards
just to get us back together. We met in the springtime at a rock and roll show. It was on the Bowery when it was time to go. We kissed on the subway in the middle of the night. I held your hand, you held mine. It was the best night of my life. 'Cause everyone's your friend in New York City, and everything looks beautiful when you're young and pretty. The streets are paved with diamonds and there's just so much to see. But the best thing about New York City is you and me. Statue of Liberty, Staten Island Ferry, Co-op City, Katz's and Tiffany's, Central Park, Brooklyn Bridge, the Empire State where Dylan lived, Coney Island and Times Square, Rockefeller Center, wish I was there. You wrote me a letter just the other day, said springtime is coming soon, so why don't you come to stay? Pack my stuff, it's on the bus, I can't believe it's true. I'm 3 days from New York City and I'm 3 days from you. Because everyone's my friend in New York City, and everything looks beautiful when you're young and pretty. The streets are paved with diamonds and there's just so much to see. But the best thing about New York City is you and me. 'Cause everyone's my friend in New York City. Everything looks beautiful when you're young and pretty. The streets are paved with diamonds and there's just so much to see. But the best thing about New York City is you and me.
programming is supported by the Minnesota History Center, presenting First Avenue, Stories of Minnesota's Main Room. Hear personal stories from music legends, learn about the venue's inner workings, and see Prince's iconic suit from Purple Rain. First Avenue, Stories of Minnesota's Main Room is on display now at the Minnesota History Center.
We are back. Woo!
I needed a break for my hand from all of this coloring.
Well, that's good.
It's
starting to get a lot greener over in that direction.
I'm just letting the Facebooks know all the different ways that they can listen to They Might Be Playing They Might Be Giants Day, in addition to terrestrial radio.
Where'd you let the Facebooks know that on?
Well, on the Facebooks. I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm working on it!
On the Shuffle Function page? Facebook page?
Working on it!
On the Shuffle
That
Function
was
Facebook page?
Man, It's So Loud in Here, going out to Val in St. Charles, Missouri. New York City, going out to Amanda in Stratford, Connecticut. Hideaway Folk Family for Sarah in Denver,
Sarah.
Colorado.
We miss you too.
Stock of Wheat for River in Lyman, Maine. Sleeping in the Flowers for Connor in Lincoln, Nebraska. And For Science for Abby in the UK.
That was very nice.
Thanks.
For science. We're taking your requests. We still need to hear from the states of Nevada, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Arkansas, Rhode Island, Vermont, West Virginia, and Alaska. So if you have friends living in those states, call them right now and wake them up. Say, you've got a favorite They Might Be Giant song, right? And then send in the request to tmbg.love, or you can text it to us at 507-389-5678. And plenty of ways to request stuff. You wanted to share some stuff from the Twitter land?
Oh, sure. There's some fun stuff going on there.
It's not garbage, Tom?
It's not. I'm sorry. I got to be positive. Michael said that he delayed a flight just so he could listen in.
Wow. Oh, last night we were
hack.
looking at the chat rooms. There were people that set up appointments with clients on another day, or they did all the stuff they needed to do yesterday so they could have today off.
Priorities.
I love that.
Yep, I love it.
And what do we got here? Milo says, "Here goes my yearly attempt to stump. They Might Be Playing They Might Be Giants." They say, "I fail every year because they're so thorough, but I must check for dead zones."
Yeah, so
there's
we rely
dead
on
zones.
that.
There's dead zones. Trust me.
We rely on that.
With a band like They Might Be Giants, how can you have everything?
You gotta have these stumping moments so you know what to look for.
Yes.
And with a band like They Might Be Giants, the hunt.
So thank you, Milo, for
constantly goes
keeping
on.
me honest.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Amber says every time a new song starts, they say, "I love whoever requested this song." So.
Well, you know what has not happened yet is something that we took a bet on yesterday. We've all lost. Although I think Tom still might be in the running.
Tom is still in the running, so we'll find out how this pans out. Bet is still in play.
What if it never happens? Maybe we're not being
Well, here's the thing.
too native.
By default, Tom would be closer if it happens at any point after his. So he would by default win.
All right.
So we'll see how this pans out.
So Tom, you're a winner.
But
right off the bat.
by the way, Mankato, Southern Minnesota folks, in the next hour, at some point, we'll probably be giving away a pair of Trampled by Turtles tickets.
You almost said They Might Be
I
Giants.
know.
didn't you?
I know. That's because
Tickets go on sale for the Minneapolis-St. Paul dates today.
That's right. We
if
got
you
our
weren't
tickets
part of
for the Fits.
instant fan clubs or the email. So that's today at 10 o'clock.
Right.
But in the next hour, we're going to give away Trampled by Turtle tickets, one pair, courtesy of Cuppy.
Yeah, from a Sunday evening service.
And that show is tomorrow night. So, of course, you got to be able to go.
Right.
But
these are e-tickets, so you'll need an email address.
Yes, exactly.
To get them forwarded to you.
And the way you can win those is I'm going to play minimum wage at some point.
Oh.
And the first person who calls in, when you hear minimum wage, you're going to be a winner.
Nice.
It's that simple. So,
all right.
But that'll be in the next hour. Let's get another song in before I might be able to get in two songs. I've got a song going out to John in Houston, Texas with Am I Awake from They Might Be Giants. Keep those requests coming. 507-389-5678 is the number to call or text us.
awake? What time is it? When I get through this day, can someone tell me how and how much longer now am I awake? The coffee's cold, did I forget to drink it yet? Did I forget? My clothes are wet, I don't remember drinking it. When I get through this part, will the next one be the same? Will I be wondering if I'm awake? These are not the clothes I had on when I went to bed, and something else besides my head is growing from my head. And when I close my eyes, it looks the same as when I open them again. Am I awake? What time is it? Is it that time again? Wasn't it already then? So does it have to be the time it was again? When I get through this day, can someone tell me how and how much longer now am I through this day, can someone tell me how and how much longer now am I awake? When I get through this day, can someone tell me how and how much longer now am I awake?
No taxi could take you, no trains rolling by, no bicycle shop, no planes in the sky, planes in the sky. Not a night spent in jail, parrot on my arm. Not a man of the world, no patch on my eye, patch on my eye. Dark and metric is my town, every day and night. Just because you're floating doesn't mean you haven't drowned. No spoiler, no windscrew, no mag wheels and back, no hydraulic shocks, no privacy glass, privacy glass. Because you're smiling doesn't mean you haven't drowned.
You're listening to Independent Public Radio, The Maverick, KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato. Big ideas, real world thinking.
The statue got me high. The statue got me high. A monument of granite Santa beam into my eye.
me. And now I see the things the stone has shown to me. A rock that spoke away. Spoke away. An amazing mineral, it can't be heard. And as the screaming fire engine siren filled the air, the evidence had vanished from my charred and smoking chair. And what they found was just a statue standing where her statue got me high. And what they found was just a statue standing where the statue got me high. And now it is your turn. Your turn to hear the stone, and then your turn to burn. The stone, it calls to you. You can't just a statue standing where the statue got me high. And what they'll find is just a statue standing where the statue got you high.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to hour number 2 of Shuffle Function, or as we like to call it, hour number 2 of They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants.
Or we also like to call it Where the Heck Did Hour Number 1 Go?
Yeah.
Wow. That too.
My name is Shelly.
Hey, everybody. My name is Shybo Tim.
I'm Chantil.
And I'm Tom.
Don't you feel like when you say I'm Chantil, you should say, I'm Chantil.
I'm Chantil.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chantil. Chantilly lace.
I bet you never heard that before.
Never.
And don't you feel like you should say, and I'm Tom.
Jeez.
Look at. We've got two snorts. 2 snorts so far. I was expecting another one when I showed you that, but no, just the 2. Well, that was the statue got me high, going out to Luke in Cantonsville, Maryland.
And before that, we had Dark and Metric for Nikki in Chicago, Illinois.
Go ahead, Chicago.
And Am I Awake for John in Houston, Texas.
Home of such heroes as
Jandek.
Yes.
For those of you playing at home.
It is all They Might Be Giants today for 12 hours till 6 p.m. tonight. And we're hearing from all over the world. And I love it. The maps are starting to get real green.
That's pretty.
Slowly but surely.
I've updated the photos.
When you get downtime, you can color in the United States.
Yeah, right?
The entire United
Yeah.
States?
I've been
Well,
thinking about
that's the way it's got to work.
I know.
Yes.
Not that
True.
one, but the one over here.
The one of the world.
Yeah. But keep those requests coming, you guys. There are plenty of opportunities for you to reach us. Did you get that post done?
Yep.
Where did you share it?
It is on They Might Be Playing TMBG. It's on the Shuffle Function Facebook and so many places.
Yeah, head to the Shuffle Function Facebook page, and you can see all the information, or go to tmbg.love. But if you're somebody who just says, I'm sorry, all I use is Twitter, how do they get a hold of you on Twitter, Tom?
On the Twitters, go to twitter.com/ and spell it out. TMBG. No. Oh no! Did I
Oh,
already
no,
mess up?
John.
No. TMBG.
That's why it's too hard to do it that way. I can't do that if my life depended on it.
TMBG.love.
That's why I asked you
Spell it
to do
out.
it.
I know
In
it's.
fact, if you wouldn't
it's
have a list
hard.
over there of every time that I would try to do that, it would be I would owe you a lot of nickels.
Yeah.
Did I mention it's a nickel a snort?
Oh no. Oh no.
You're doing great, Tom.
You're only 10 cents
I just
in.
want you to know we're all counting on you.
No pressure.
But I love it. We're hearing from everybody around the world. This is fantastic. This is what we love about this day. It started as just me playing They Might Be Giants and then not realizing that the world was going to be tuning in. So thank you so much to everybody who's requesting music. And we will hope to be joined by John Linnell sometime mid-morning for a conversation, and then John Flansburgh mid-afternoon. As well. So stick around for that. And folks always want to know, are we recording this? The answer is yes.
Recording it.
Yeah, buddy.
The answer is recording it, that we are. So hopefully at some point we will try to get that onto the onlines. You need to give us a little chance to catch our breath after the fact.
Hey, southern Minnesota listeners, perhaps even the northern Iowa listeners.
Yeah.
At some point in this hour, we're going to be giving away Trampled by Turtle tickets. They're playing tomorrow night in Mankato.
Mm-hmm.
And you can listen for your chance to win when you hear the song Minimum Wage.
I'm assuming everybody knows what that is. If you don't, it's fairly obvious.
It should be obvious.
From the first whip crack. You know what song that is. If you're the first person when you hear Minimum Wage to call 507-389-5678 and you have a valid email address,
yes,
you're going to win these e-tickets that we have, courtesy of Cuppy. He got extra tickets. So we have Trampled by Turtle tickets that we want to give away. And so if you can go to the show tomorrow night, keep listening for your chance to win.
Right.
In the meantime, we're just going to keep rolling through requests. Any Twitter shares anything you want to share on Twitter?
Nothing super awesome right now, but I do want to remind people to go to tmbg.love/vote to see all of the coloring contest entries and to vote. And I don't think I was clear last time. Not only can the entrants win buttons, but if you vote and you fill out your information, you are eligible for buttons just for participating in the election process.
You were clear at all
I just
want
to put this out here right now.
We're all winners.
To turn around low voter turnout during national elections, we should just give everybody TMBG buttons as a reward.
Brilliant.
Yes.
On top of the I voted sticker.
Yes.
So a button and a sticker? That might blow some people's minds.
This is America. Spare no expense.
Well, I wonder, do other states give out I voted stickers, or is that just a Minnesota thing?
No, that's a national thing.
Is it a national thing? Okay. I thought maybe we're just super cool here in Minnesota.
Well, we are.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
That goes without saying.
Well, I am flipping over my page for requests, and we are going to be starting off this set with a shapeshifter off of Phone Power. It's interesting how many because we've got almost 250 requests already. How many when you divide them up, I'd say probably 70 to 80% of the requests are things that are from like the last 10 years, which is really exciting.
I think that's pretty cool. If this was they might be playing the Rolling Stones or they might be playing Paul McCartney, it would be stuff that's 40 years old.
Yeah, but this is stuff that was just yesterday in some cases. But we've got this going out to Eric in Pryor Creek,
Oklahoma, where the
wind goes rushing down the plains.
You know the words.
Where
and
the meow,
waving
meow,
leaves
meow,
can
meow,
sure
meow,
smell
meow.
sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain. And that is all the singing I got. All right.
That she ran out of words.
That's it.
Here we go.
My favorite part of that song is the awkward pause.
I've got a big old problem. I've got a big old problem. Shapeshifters all around. Where did my world go? 1 minute everything is home and friends and New York Times and London. Beware the blob, they said. How was I to know they meant so I'm only hanging around amorphous mounds in the town where not that half a million can be found. I've got a big old problem. I've got a big old problem. I've got a big old problem. Shapeshifters all around. 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 Shapeshifters all
Exquisite dead guy, rotating in his display case. Exquisite dead guy, swear I saw his mouth move. Exquisite dead guy, outside my high-rise apartment. Exquisite dead guy, hanging from a sky hook. How am I supposed to let you know the way I feel about you?
How am I supposed to let you know the way I feel about you?
Corrupted love, from his head to his farm. No one's
You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're even older, and now you're even older. You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're older still.
Time is marching on, and time is still marching on.
This day will soon be at an end, and now it's even sooner, and now it's even sooner, and now it's even sooner. This day will soon be at an end, and now it's even sooner, and now it's sooner still. Than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're even older, and now you're even older. You're older than you've ever been, and now you're even older, and now you're older still. Glass of milk, standing in between extinction in the cold and explosive radiating growth. So the warm blood flows through the large four-chambered heart, maintaining the very high metabolism rate they have. Mammal, their names are called. They raise a paw, the bat, the cat, dolphin and dog, koala bear and hog. One of us might lose his hair, but you're reminded that it once was there. From the embryonic whale to the monkey with no tail. So the warm blood flows with the red blood cells lacking nuclei through the large four-chambered heart, maintaining the very high metabolism rate they have. Mammal, their names are called. They raise a paw, the bat, the cat, dolphin and dog, koala bear and hog. Placenta, the sister of her brother marsupial. Their cousin called monotreme, dead uncle Halotheria. Mammal, their names are called. They raise a paw, the bat, the cat, dolphin and dog, koala bear and hog, the fox, the ox, giraffe and shrew, echid and the caribou. unconscious thing you do. When you turn around to look, it's gone behind you. On its face, it's wearing your confused expression. Where your eyes don't go, where your eyes don't go, a part of you is hovering. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering. You're free to come and go, or talk like Curtis Blow, but there's a pair of eyes back of your head. Every jumbled pile of person has a thinking part that wonders what the part that isn't thinking of. Should you worry when the skull head is in front of you, or is it worse because it's always waiting? Where your eyes don't go, where your eyes don't go, a part of you is hovering. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering. You're free to come and go, or talk like Curtis Blow, but there's a pair of eyes in back of your head. All right, which one of us is going to be brave enough to try to pronounce this town in Finland that Alyssa just requested that from? Shy Boy Tim?
No, this means I'm not going to when I touch my nose first.
I think you lost, Chantil.
All right, Chantil, you ready? Here you go.
I get to read them all?
Nope, no, just the town.
You
just
could
the name of the town.
You could read all of them, though, actually, if you want.
Oh, well, all right.
You were just over in that kind of neck of the woods.
Yeah. That was Where Your Eyes Don't Go by Leisa and Rovaniemi, Finland.
Apologies.
You say it like it's a question. You need to say it with the definition.
Finland.
There you go.
Or throw an accent on there.
Rovaniemi, Finland. All right. Before that, The Darlings of Lumberland, going out to Spencer in Evanston, Illinois. Before that, Mammal, going to Noah in Münster, Germany. Before that, Older, going to Chris in Apple Valley, California. And before that, Corrupted Lyle to Candy C in Jersey. And Exquisite Dead Guy, going to Edward in Rochester, New York.
Good job.
And I think we had one for Eric for Prairie Creek, Oklahoma.
Oh,
that we started
was
with.
that...
Oh, sure. Shapeshifter.
Shapeshifter.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Prairie Creek.
Didn't get that far.
Oklahoma.
And how's the map coloring? Are you up to date?
Let's see. I just finished California, so I'm a couple behind.
The U.S. is filling
No,
up,
I just
though.
finished Münster, Germany. That's where I've gotten to. So.
Awesome. Is that the home of Munster Records? I don't think so.
I don't think it is.
But that would be amazing.
Purveyors of a legendary Stardust Cowboy compilation that I wrote some liner notes for. Good night, everyone.
So cool.
Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
I read yours.
Let's just call the day off now after that
it's
announcement.
Peaked. It's peaked.
I read yours and thought, I can't.
I can't even.
I can't. And so I didn't.
Well,
I cannot take it.
Anyway. They Might Be Playing They Might Be Giants Day is underway. We are in the middle of the second hour of 12 solid hours of TMBG on KMSU. And at some point in this hour...
Might be very soon,
it
actually.
Could be very soon.
I just grabbed Flood.
Just
so
saying.
Just
saying.
You know, no hints, but come on.
We'll be giving away at some point in this hour a pair of tickets to Trampled by Turtles in Mankato tomorrow night. These are e-tickets, so we'll need an email address. If you are a Luddite, you're out of luck. But when you hear the song Minimum Wage, you want to be the first caller at 507-389-5678 or 1-800-456-7810. You can win a pair of tickets to see Trampled by Turtles tomorrow night in Mankato, courtesy of Cuppy and Sunday evening service.
In fact, I would like to say that you only have 47 seconds to recognize this song.
Just saying.
Just saying. So if you're interested in that, we'd love to set you up. We'll just email you the link from Cuppy, and you'll be good to go. That's tomorrow night. And again, listen for Minimum Wage, then call the number 507-389-5678 and have a valid email address. It's that simple. I would like to remind folks we're still looking for some states. And I've been kind of bouncing to the end of the list because I've started at the beginning and bounce into the end and seen if we've gotten any. But I haven't looked for a while. But as far as I know, we still need to hear from Alaska. So wake up your fishermen in Alaska. Let them know that we need a request from them. West Virginia, Vermont, Rhode Island, which I did a report on you in 6th grade, Arkansas, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, our neighbors.
That's crazy.
Come on, people.
Our neighbors.
Crazy.
We need to hear from you. And last but not least, Nevada. Wouldn't it be great if we got a request from Pahrump, Nevada?
That would be fantastic.
Like the legendary Stardust Cowboy song?
It's too bad They Might Be Giants never did a cover of Ledge's Pahrump. Written by me.
Or any Ledge. So
That is true. That is true. You can't have enough Ledge covers in the world.
I fully anticipate he'll be calling at some point just to say, hey.
That's true.
Oh, and I would like to say, Cassia, our 4-year-old who requested They Might Be Giants, I'm going to be getting to your request soon.
Okay.
We haven't forgotten.
So listen up.
But I hope you're getting up and getting ready for school like your parents wanted you to do.
That's right.
So we got to play that before 8:30 when she goes to class. So keep the requests coming, you guys. 507-389-5678. If you need to hear a song right now, text that number. Otherwise, it's kind of going to the end, and we're working our way from the beginning. So I just want to throw that out there. If you need to hear a song right now because you're listening, text it. Then Mancam can get a hot dog, hot diggity dog out of the deal. Our hamster who runs the texting machine. But I have to play a station ID, and then maybe I have to play something about work-related songs.
Just saying, when you hear Minimum Wage... sometime before the end of this hour, be the first caller at 507-389-5678 or 1-800-456-7810, and you can win a pair of tickets to Trampled by Turtles tomorrow night in Mankato.
Ready? I'm going to do this first.
Broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato.
This is the Maverick. KMSU 89.7 FM Mankato, KMSK 91.3 FM Austin. Proud member of IPR, Independent Public Radio.
Minimum wage. Yeah!
My outside voice because I have no choice. The barn that I was raised in was constructed out of noise, and now I'm all torn up because my buttercup
Up and gone and left me, said she finally had enough. Left me here to ruminate on all she can't admit and all she can't explain. All time what? I never thought. All time what? Things break apart. Things break apart. Man, she pulled out the rug from her doodle bug, rolling down the highway, not a worry in her mind. Here's a flashcard where someone's written stultify. I take it as a sign, it's hard to redefine. Same old sad soliloquy. They handed me a broom, the gas has left the room. All time what? Stumble about, wrapped in a shroud. All time what? Partly submerged, playing a dirge. Completely, defeated, completely, defeated. All time what? I never thought. All time what? Things break apart.
Not sure what I'm doing for songs. Well, the tickets are gone.
Yep, the tickets are gone. Congratulations to our winner. They'll be going to see They Might Be Giants, or not They Might Be Giants, Trampled by Turtles.
We got a one-track mind right now.
That's true. Trampled by Turtles tomorrow night in Mankato. Congratulations on that. Thanks to everybody that called. It was a lot of calls all at once.
Yeah. And that was all-time what going out to Michael in Give Eshemu El Israel. And I know I didn't pronounce that correctly. I apologize. You should hear my French. My French
it's outrageous.
My French is much worse. But I'm going to jump back into the music. And again, if you got to hear a song right away, text us at 507-389-5678. Otherwise, I'm just moving through the list. And we are going to, and Tim, I wrote these down for you.
Okay.
We are going to Amber's request in Avoca, Iowa, home of John Wayne, I believe.
Ah.
And I've become Facebook friends with Amber over the years. She's a strong farming advocate.
Oh, good.
Which is somebody who myself, I do CSAs and things like that, support my farmers market. I can get behind it. Tom, you come from an Iowa farm family as well.
That is correct.
And where's your family farm area?
Southwest Iowa, Pottawatomie County.
Pottawatomie.
Pottawatomie.
Yes.
You know, it just sounds like there should be summer camps in that county. That's just like a great summer camp.
Well,
Camp Pottawatomie.
And there's a song for it, too, that they sing.
I'm sure that you could go and, be a farmhand on Tom's brother's farm.
Yeah.
Could be an experience.
Emailing me if you'd like to explore the world of ag tourism.
I would actually love sometime to drive one of those big monster combines.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I have because I come from Iowa farmers as well, and I have a relative that shared a video of a 50-year-old farmer helping his 80-year-old dad up into one of those monster combines so that he could go out and farm in the field. And it was just the sweetest thing. But this one's going out to Amber in Avoca, Iowa. We've got Ampersand coming right up.
Written on the floor, words whispered through a door, waters hidden from the moon and all its beams falling on the town with otherworldly sounds. Cicadas taking cover while we stomp around, and you, ampersand me, come on, dot, 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 you, ampersand me, exclamation point, exclamation point. Hey, the home team's gone away, so now I type away. I miss the summer day alone with nothing left to write. We talk right through the night, then morning's here and all the sun is shining down on millions more, but really it's for you, ampersand me, come on, dot, 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 you, ampersand me, exclamation point, exclamation point. I don't want to change your mind. I don't want to think about your mind. They say love is blind. I don't think you're blind. You don't want to understand. I don't want to shake your father's hand and walk in the sand and act like a man. I get on the bus, right past our stop, and though I'm late, I can't get off. I just can't bear to tell you some lies. Narrow your eyes, narrow your eyes. We'll take back everything we said, split up all the things and move ahead. Forgot how you said to split the side off the bed. I get on my bike, ride down our line, ride through the world, through the green lights. But when I think of all your advice, I narrow my eyes, narrow my say love is blind. I don't think you're blind. I get on the bus, ride past our stop, and though I'm late, I can't get off. I just can't bear to tell you some lies. Narrow your eyes, narrow your eyes. Now let's toast the sad cold fact, our love's never coming back, and we'll race to the bottom of a glass. So narrow your eyes, 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 narrow your
Iron is a metal, you see it every day. Oxygen eventually will make it rust away. Carbon in its ordinary form is coal. Crush it together and diamonds balloons are born. Come on and meet the elements. May I introduce you to our friends, the elements? Like a box of paints that are mixed to make every shade. They either combine to make a chemical compound or stand alone as they are. Neon's a gas that lights up the sign for a pizza place. The coins that you pay with are copper, nickel, and zinc. Silicon and oxygen make concrete, bricks, and glass. Now add some gold and silver for some pizza place class. Come on and meet the elements. I think you should check out the ones that call me elements. Like a box of paints that are mixed to make every shade. They either combine to make a chemical compound or stand alone as they are. Team up with other elements, making compounds when they combine, or make up a simple element formed out of atoms of the one kind. Balloons are full of helium, and so is every star. Stars are mostly hydrogen, which may someday fuel your car. Hey, let in all these elephants. Did you know that elephants are made of elements? Elephants are mostly made of 4 elements, and every living thing is mostly made of 4 elements. Plants, bugs, birds, fish, bacteria, and man are mostly carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Come on and meet the elements. You and I are complicated, but we're made of elements. Like a box of paints that are mixed to make every shade. They either combine to make a chemical compound or stand alone as they are. Team up with other elements, making compounds when they combine, or make up a simple element formed out of atoms of the one kind. Come on and meet the elements. Check out the ones that call the elements. Like a box of paints that are mixed to make every shade. They either combine to make a chemical compound or stand alone as they are.
Particle man,
pronounce it. J. Fred in Egan, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
That was Particle Man.
Before that, Meet the Elements going out to Cassie at 4 years young.
Yes, our
Mankato,
youngest
Minnesota.
requester that we know of so far. If you got a beat, let us know.
And be honest.
Text us, yeah. Don't use big words when you text us. 507-389-5678.
Narrow Your Eyes going out to Dr. Zig in Shenandoah Valley in Virginia. We have Ampersand for Amber in Avoca, Iowa.
Woo!
And then, of course, All Time What for Michael in Israel.
And I'm sorry I mispronounced your home, Michael. I'm horrible with that.
Hey, if we could just take a moment, everyone, grab your banana bread.
Oh.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Are we going to toast Amber?
Well, we should toast
Dave.
Amber for Amber, who has made us banana bread. Amber, our Grind Food Cinema cake artist, and also a genius bread maker.
And thanks to Scott for making the posters.
Yes. To Dave Engen.
Yay.
Oh, this is so good.
I know, it's delicious. Who wants to read underwriting?
I'd like to think that the entire world just lifted up their banana bread and toasted.
Everyone, salute Dave Engen, former host of Listen to Your Folks.
Okay. Programming is supported by the St. Peter Food Co-op in Delhi, now featuring organic yams and green beans, Nordic Creamery smoked cheddar cheese, Thousand Hills chuck roast. Membership is not necessary to shop. Everyone is welcome every day. You'll find them at 228 Mulberry Street, just off Highway 169. More at stpeterfood.coop.
Now,
good job.
I would like to remind folks what Tom is doing. And Tom doesn't share much with the group what's going on in Twitterland. So this is my opportunity online to while we're on the air to say, what's going on in Twitterland, Tom?
Well, Shelley.
Veil.
He's just
pulled open.
He just sits over there and kind of goes,
snort.
But he doesn't tell us what's funny. So I feel like...
What are we up to now for snort tallies?
3.
3 snorts. Okay,
That's-
continue.
you're
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, I'm
15
impressed.
cents in.
Yeah, we got some nice feedback here. Jack says, finally tuning in to the Might Be Giants for the first year of marathon listening.
Oh, awesome.
The Might Be Giants are my favorite band of all time, and
Yes.
God, it's so lovely to have 12 hours of people talking and sharing memories and playing great music.
Amen to that.
So thanks, Jack. Jess posted a photo of her daughter waiting for the bus and feeling sad because she has to go to school instead of listening to They Might Be Playing They Might Be Giants all day. It's very sad.
It's never too soon to teach children how awesome sick days can be used.
Especially when it's a 3-day weekend.
Oh, yeah.
had a few comments from people very gently saying, we're not quite getting their town names or their names pronounced right, but people are being nice about it. So
What names have we mispronounced? They've been pretty...
The Finland?
the
Elisa?
Finland,
I sure I
and
didn't do
Israel,
that
and we've had a few that
Rochester, New York. Was that one of them?
Rochester, yeah.
Rochester. Mankato, Minnesota.
And then because of that, a request that we play unpronounceable.
So funny.
So true.
I think somebody did request that at some
Okay,
point, so
all
we'll
right.
definitely be getting to it. But yeah, that's just what happens.
We're doing our best.
Yeah.
You guys were a little over 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours away from hearing from one of the Johns.
Yes,
So
very excited.
that's the only time I get nervous the entire time is once I got him on the phone, it's okay, but that whole
You just
phone
don't want to,
part.
drop the call.
They didn't name phone power after me, let's just say. But keep the requests coming. 507-389-5678 is the number to call or text us with your requests. And we were going to do something, and we haven't done it yet. I like that somebody just shared a picture. I'm going to put something on, or if you could, Tim, maybe put something on the Shuffle Function Facebook page just saying, snap a photo of where you're listening to us.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Whether it's your view or your office or your home or your sad kid going off on the bus.
Sure.
Snap a photo and then share it on our Shuffle Function Facebook page.
And Twitter.
Underneath the page that, underneath what you're about to put on there.
Yeah, do that on Facebook and the Twitters. And
Yeah, because I love that. I love knowing what's going on.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any windows in our studio, so I assume it's light out by now because it's almost 8. And but that's all I know. Weather windows, if you want to tell us, feel free. You guys know the number to call or text us. But I'm going to get back in the requests we have coming up. Going out to Carrie in East Lansing, Michigan. A song off of an album that is coming out on Black Friday Record Store Day, you guys. John Linnell State songs. Line up in front of your favorite mom and pop record shop. Ours will be Toontown here in Mankato. And pick up this album on vinyl, I think for the first time. And I hope one day to be able to say Mink Car for the first time on vinyl.
No kidding.
That's good. That's my question for the Johns. I ask it every year. When is Mink Car coming out on vinyl?
Well, I just feel like every question we ask when they call should be two-parters. One, whatever the person actually asked, followed with part
when
two. When is Mink Car coming out on vinyl?
Yes. Even if you have to crowdsource that, please do it. I have all of their full-length album releases on vinyl, except, of course, that one, which has never been on vinyl. So, all right, this is we are going to hear West Virginia going out to Michigan. And if you're not confused, just keep listening. We'll confuse you at some point.
West Virginia, why don't you come outside with me? West Virginia, there's something I'd like you to see. West Virginia, deep within, yeah, there's another deep inside you and inside the other one. There is another in the other. Like I told you, you are concentric in your form. When it's cold, you have got yourself to keep you warm. West Virginia, you'll continue to be constantly a part of you. You'll never part, and you will be the party who will be partial to you. Sugar maples, winged seed, propellers spinning from the tree, rhododendron, evergreen. Look within and you will see there's another deep inside you and inside the other one. There is another in the other. Think it over. No need to answer right away. I'll be over there in the state across the way. West Virginia, you continue to be constantly a part of you. You'll never part, and you will be the party who will be partial to you. Sugar maples, winged seed, propellers spinning from the tree, rhododendron, evergreen. Look within and you will see there's another deep inside you and inside the other one. There is another in the other. West Virginia, West Virginia.
There's something coming. There's a new car on the horizon. It's coming very slowly. It makes a noise. It has kittens painted all over it, with a new kind of fur, cleaner, but with a unique smell. Yet one of these kittens is not prepared to have a good time. It stands alone, away from the crowd. It's your kind of kitten. Now the time has come to climb into that car and to shake the paw of destiny.
No. No, they might be giants or not Satanists. They are not posing as an easy-listening Nazi rock band trying to lure intellectuals into believing what they already know to be true. No. Listen to the sound of my voice. Put away your big blue cigars and make way. Yes. Make way, ladies and gentlemen, for they might be giants.
You're listening to your local independent public radio station, The Maverick, KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin, at 89.7 FM in Mankato and 91.3 FM in Austin. Online at kmsu.org, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato. Big ideas, real world thinking.
Hello, mind. It's good to be awake again. Spend some time reflecting. Hello, hand. We all salute you, hand. 5 fingers strong. It's good to have you back again. Hello, eye. The complicated eye. Focus so hard on inspecting. Hello, leg. Such a shaky leg. Just barely more than decoration. I'm not a motivational speaker, but on this I have arrived. It's good to be alive. Good to be alive. Hello, hand. We all salute you, hand. 5 fingers strong. It's good to have you back again. I'm not some mega church style preacher, but my spirit is revived. It's good to be alive. Good to be alive. I'm not a life coach or some teacher, but I think we'll all survive. It's good to be alive. Good to be alive.
That was Good to Be Alive. Let me see where is that? Going out to Oakley in High Point, North Carolina, and says that is a song that has helped me get through a lot of things when it gets overwhelming. So I love that we can do that for you and play that song for you. Going out to North Carolina.
Before that kitten intro, Always love hearing that.
Yes.
Going out to Kim in Owl's Head, Maine, and from John Linnell, West Virginia, for Carrie in East Lansing, Michigan. And Stephanie just posted a picture under the Where Are You Listening post on They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants Facebook page. She is listening in her office chair in her apartment while her cat poaches cereal milk. So, sure enough.
I love that. If you want to share where you are at right now, go to the Shuffle Function Facebook. It's on Facebook, Shuffle Function. That's the name of our radio show. Good morning, by the way. And post a picture underneath that post for where you're at and where you're listening. Because we've been sharing pictures of what it looks like here in the studio.
Yes.
So I love seeing where people are listening at, especially if you have a beautiful view out your window. Share that with us.
Yeah, because we're in basically a bunker for 12 hours.
Yeah, we are. and welcome to, is this hour number 3 already of Shuffle Function? My name is Shelley.
I am Shy Boy Tim.
I'm Tom.
And I'm Chantel.
You guys are our day sponsors here on KMSU. And what are you doing with your day sponsorship?
Nothing.
Oh, you must be thinking of some other band.
I'll tug my ear or something in acknowledgement of what you're saying. First rule of Instant Fan Club is don't mention Instant Fan Club. We're playing All They Might Be Giants till 6 p.m. tonight, playing all your requests as well. And keep them coming. They're fantastic. And we just played in the last hour a song from Cassia, a 4-year-old. Well, you have been beaten, Cassia, because I have coming up next request from Lucinda, who is 2 in Dayton, Ohio. And she's requesting Haunted Floating Eye. Which makes me think you're going to be awesome when you grow up. And you probably have all the best Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
But we're taking requests. We're expecting to hear from John Linnell sometime mid-morning, and then John Flansburgh sometime mid-afternoon. But we're just taking requests. Tom is also has the coloring contest open.
Yeah, tmbg.love/vote.
I haven't voted yet. And if you go there, you can vote for who's going to win.
Yeah.
And if you vote, what do you get?
Well, if you choose, you don't have to, but if you choose to give your contact information, which we will not sell or distribute anyway.
That's right.
We're just curious where you're at.
For voting, you can get a chance to win buttons too. It's not just for the artists; it's for the listeners. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So tmbg.love/vote.
We've also been asking folks to send in stories, and do you want to share some of those, Tom?
Yeah, it's such an amazing range of stories from people, and there was a couple that I wanted to share. Han in Shreveport, Louisiana, she wrote, TMBG's music has guided me through probably the most troubled years of my life, the roughest patch I'd ever been in, if I'm truly honest. I've lost so much this year, but I've kept on because their music makes me genuinely happy. I met some wonderful people along the way through the band, some I'd call my best friends. I struggle with terrible depression, and I've had moments where I was done, but honestly, they were one of the things that kept me happy. I found a new sense of community within the tons of fans, and I've drawn many pieces of the band just out of pure love and passion. On my worst days, I play Can't Keep Johnny Down, despite the actual meaning behind the song. The tone is enough to make me feel powerful at least. Thank you, TMBG, for saving my life, literally.
Nice.
I mean, we get stories like that, so I'd like to thank them for sharing that. And then, and also Alyssa in Finland. I'm not going to try to pronounce your name or your hometown, but they wrote, I don't know if this counts as a story, but I'm going to tell it anyways. So when I first heard The World's Address, I thought the lyrics went, the world is a dress. And
world's address.
The world is a dress. Because of the misheard lyrics, I made up my own interpretation of the song. Now when I look back at it, the original lyrics make a lot more sense. So,
and we got a picture of Cassia, who's sad faced, and she's no longer the youngest requester.
Oh, we still love you, Cassia.
Hey, there's an upside to this, though. It means that you've got friends out there that you may have never even met that share a lot of interests with you. So
yeah,
Lucinda in Dayton, Ohio, is probably going to grow up and be one of your best friends.
Yeah, who knows?
You never know.
At least you'll have They Might Be Giants in common.
Yeah, and we're going to get into the request pretty quick here. But
I just want to mention, too, real quick, I just got a text reminder that They Might Be Giants tickets will be going on sale for just general sales in less than an hour for Minnesota.
Oh, is it 9 o'clock that tickets go on sale?
Yep.
All righty. There's a show at First Avenue Friday night, and Saturday night is
the Fitzgerald.
Do you guys got tickets?
We do.
What show?
For the Fitz.
Nice.
We got tickets for the
we're
Fitz.
also
Where are you
going to the
sitting?
Fitz.
Balcony, right?
We're the third row.
We'll wave to you.
We'll look down
Third
on you.
row.
Yeah, well, of course.
You guys.
You can throw things at us. Are you in one of those things that we were talking about? One of the Lincoln assassination
Yes,
things?
yes, we are.
Are you?
Right by the stage, yeah. On Linnell's side. So
That is awesome. I'm so jealous.
I'm very jealous.
we are definitely going to throw stuff at you.
Could you? No, I am begging you, Tom, dress like Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
Does that mean I have to dress like Mary
Oh,
Tyler?
I heard one.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing.
Again, you guys, if you're out there listening and you hear a snort that I don't acknowledge, please let me know so I can put a mark under these snorts from Tom. Because kind of like when you're watching the ghost hunter things and they always say, hey, we're a live feed. If you see a ghost behind us, tell us. That's so we're interested in the ghostly snorts in the studio.
Right up here in the haunted studios of 89.7 The Maverick.
How can you get in on this thing? That's what people are asking. How can I join the party? If you want to send in a request, go to tmbg.love, and there's a place where you can put in requests. If you have questions for the Johns, you can submit a question there as well. So click on question. If you want to share a story, click on story. And please go to the Shuffle Function Facebook page. That's our radio show name. And post a photo of what you're doing right now as you're listening. That is, you can see it. It says a very funny magnetic notepad. Which is that this one?
That's that one, yeah.
Get a picture of
It's
the
snort pad.
the
snort pad, okay.
The snort pad, too. And then post it underneath that post on our Shuffle Function. That's 2 words. Facebook, you can find it. It's super easy. Just like it, and you can find it. And share a picture with what you're doing right now as you're listening.
Right.
All right, ready for our next request going out to Lucinda, our 2-year-old. Thank you so much for listening in. This is all They Might Be Giants. Oh, there we go.
I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know why. I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know why. I was born in a crypt 100 years ago. A spider was my mom, working as a shill in a traveling show. Till I killed someone. I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know why. I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know why. I can't hang out with the haunted eye, though I don't know
The pro is here to lead the way, to save the day.
Wicked little critter!
He clips the puck from Bobby Orr. He shoots, he scores.
Wicked little critter!
As he proceeds to torch the place. As he proceeds to scorch the place. As he proceeds to torch the place. Scorcher, torture, scorcher.
Wicked little critter!
He's a wicked little critter with a sissy bar, and he lays a patch on the tar. He's a wicked little critter with a sissy bar, and he lays a patch on the tar. And he pops a wheelie on his mini bike, and he burns rubber and he peels out. He's a wicked little critter with a sissy bar, and he lays a patch on the tie. And he clips the ball from Havlicek, and Havlicek is used and abused. He's a wicked little critter with a sissy bar, and he lays a patch on the tie. He decides to ditch and he ditches, and nobody knows where he ditched. He's a wicked little critter with a sissy bar, and he lays a patch on the tie.
It's a wicked little guy, wicked pistol little guy, wicked scotchy little critter. He's a wicked little guy. Wicked little critter!
He's a dink. Way to go. I like him. I got problems.
Year after year, though every dream of a pony would end in tears, the cake was lit, and as you blew the candles out, your heart refilled, and every year your dream was killed. It may take an ocean of whiskey and time to wash all of the letdown out of your mind, and this may not be the thing you requested, but I am the answer to all your prayers. All this time, interested agents have been eavesdropping upstairs. When will you recognize that I am the answer to all your prayers? You ordered well, they brought you medium rare. You were promised fare, and in response a clap of thunder broke the air. The weather changed, the sky went black, and then it rained. It may take an ocean of whiskey and time to wash all of the letdown out of your mind, and this may not be the item you selected, but I am the answer to all your prayers. All this time, the surveillance machine has been all up in your affairs. When will you realize that I am the answer to all your prayers? It might seem like a thankless existence, but don't lose hope just yet. You'll be remembered for your persistence, and this is the thanks you get. You wanted tall, I came in under 5'4", then you asked for dark. I tend to sunburn a lot. As for handsome, well, can't help you there, so make of it what you will. It may take an ocean of whiskey and time to wash all of the letdown out of your mind, and I may not be the one you expected, but I am the answer to all your prayers. All this time, interested agents have been eavesdropping upstairs. When will you get that I am the answer to all your prayers? All this time, the surveillance machine has been all up in your affairs. It should be clear to you by
I didn't mean to do it. I swear I'll never do that again.
Don't drop eggs from the 14th story window. Oh, you did. Really, you should not go anywhere high up and drop an egg. Like the pyramids of Giza or the Leaning Tower of Pizza. You know what? Don't drop anything from anywhere too late. You did. How did the carton of milk get filled with shaved off puppy hairs? What's that river of water doing pouring down the stairs? Did you just eat a napkin to find out what would happen? I thought I told you not to, but you had to and you did.
Sorry, don't be angry. I didn't mean to do it. I swear I'll never do that again.
Blah 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 da blee blah blee blah 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 blah. Blah 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 da blah 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 blee blah 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 blee blah blah. Blah 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 blah.
Istanbul was Constantinople, now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Been a long time gone, Constantinople, now it's Turkish delight on a moonlit night. Every gal in Constantinople lives in Istanbul, not Constantinople. So if you've a date in Constantinople, she'll be waiting in Istanbul. Even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say.
People just liked it better that way.
So take me back to Constantinople. No, you can't go back to Constantinople. Been a long time gone, Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. Istanbul, Istanbul. Istanbul, even old New York was once New Amsterdam. Why they changed it, I can't say.
People just liked it better that way.
Istanbul was Constantinople, now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Been a long time gone, Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. Constantinople. No, you can't go back to Constantinople. Been a long time gone, Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. Istanbul. just a 4 days drive away. It's just a 4 days drive away. It's just a 4 days drive away. Hey, NyQuil driver, it's NyQuil driving time. Hey, NyQuil driver, get out my lane, get out my way, get out my way. Hey, NyQuil driver, it's NyQuil driving time. Hey, NyQuil driver, get out my lane, get out my way, get out my way.
Going out to our favorite cabbie.
Driver 28 in Mankato requested AKA Driver on 89.7 The
So if
Maverick.
you get driver 28 today, ask him if he's a NyQuil driver.
Before that, requested Istanbul, not Constantinople from Alex in Mankato, Minnesota. Oh, you did. Going to Palm Palm in New Orleans, Louisiana. Answer
Woo,
for
New
Haley in
Orleans.
Scranton, Pa. Wicked little
You know he didn't say New Orleans, right? There you go. New Orleans.
Nolans.
There you go.
Wicked little critter. Going out to Owen in Massachusetts and Haunted Floating Eye for Lucinda in Dayton, Ohio.
All at 2 years old, right?
All of 2. That is right. And we've been getting a lot of photos from folks showing us where they're listening.
I love it.
We have Lydia in her home office in Manchester, first-time TMBPTMBG listener. Thank you.
Welcome to the family.
Laura from B-Balm Fields is in the kitchen, about to hit the road. Which, by the way, this coming Thursday, poor Lemuel, featuring
joining
members
us in
of
the
B-Balm
studio.
Field, will be in the studio
And
joining us.
soon, B-Balm Fields themselves will be joining us about an album release.
Fingers crossed.
Yes.
Can't wait for new
I know.
material from them. Record Party Paul is listening at Blue Star Power Systems.
Hey, Record Party Paul.
Robin, a.k.a. Transylvania 65000, sent us photos of her cubicle featuring an I Voted sticker from Ohio.
It's too bad Robin doesn't live around Mankato. She'd love coming to Grind Food Cinema.
Yeah, no doubt.
You'd fit right in.
Mm-hmm.
You guys come to Grind Food Cinema.
As much as we can.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We love it.
I believe you are responsible for saying more foo and less grind one year.
Yeah, this is true.
And then we started showing we showed that little guy.
Oh, Agent
he was
000.
awesome.
Yeah, from
That was-
Philippines.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Right.
I liked that one a lot.
Was it good?
Well,
It's
good.
amazing.
It
Yes.
is amazing.
You know, yes.
Spectacular.
Right.
Remarkable.
Right there you go. Yes. Remarkable.
You can. Oh my God! There
Speak
she
of
is.
the
I
devil.
know.
We
She
were
said she
just
was in
talking
the-
about
She
you.
said she was in the kitchen.
We were just talking about you. Oh.
You can share photos of where you're at by going to our Shuffle Function Facebook page. That's 2 words, Shuffle Function. And you can also catch up on all the posts that Shy Boy Tim has been sharing as well. I love seeing these pictures, so thank you
Yeah.
so much, because we're literally in this one room for a long time, surrounded by snacks.
Yes.
And
we will not go hungry,
No.
as God is our witness.
That's right.
Suddenly it's gone with the wind in here. Oh, that's funny. I think I have we have Antarctica coming up and Kentucky coming up.
Ah, yes.
Both very exotic locales.
Wait, does
Yeah.
this mean I have to draw Antarctica on the map?
You do.
Okay.
Timmy.
Yep. So a little bit of chores coming up for you.
All
Keep the
right.
requests coming. I haven't had a chance yet to look to see where we're at. I believe I just briefly went to the end of the list and looked because, well, right now I'm on number 60 for requests because I've been bouncing around to the states we need.
Okay.
We are up to almost 300 requests, which is great.
Wow.
I love it. Keep the requests coming. 507-389-5678 is the number to call or text us. That's what we say because we're lazy talkers.
Right.
So you can call or text that number. And in fact, if you got to hear it right away, text it because I'll see it. You can text us at 507-389-5678. We have a hamster that runs our texting machine.
Yes.
His name is Mankato. He's a seasoned pro. He's been with us for about 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when you text in your request, he jumps on a little spinning wheel, gets that ball rolling, and it gets the energy to shoot the text up here to our computer screen where your text appears. And then he gets a treat. And today, because it's They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants Day, he's getting a hot dog, hot diggity dog with every text message.
That's right.
And of course, he's got a condiment bar
It's
to choose
ridiculous.
from. He's got, I didn't want to tell you guys, but they actually contacted me for some of my homemade pickle relish. So that's down there in the bar. He's got all kinds of condiments and artisanally made buns for his hot dogs. Nice. He spoiled our hamster.
You know he earns it, though. It's hard to be mad at him.
Yeah. So if you need to hear something right away, text us at 507-389-5678. But the states we need, Nevada, North Dakota, Wyoming, Arkansas, Rhode Island, Vermont, West Virginia, Mountain Mamas, and Alaska. That's what we're looking for.
Come on, Mountain Mamas.
By the way, good morning to Lisa, who is listening in Denver.
Yeah. Oh, is that Lisa the Ketchup?
That is. It's the fabulous Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. Thank you for the records.
Yes.
All right.
Wait, let's do this.
Do this one.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Programming is supported by the Fairmont Opera House, bringing great entertainment to southern Minnesota and northern Iowa since 1901. Coming attractions include the sounds of Chicago and Blood, Sweat, and Tears, courtesy of Hornucopia, Mick Sterling's comedic musical At Christmas, and Minneapolis bluegrass band Monroe Crossing. The historic Fairmont Opera House in downtown Fairmont, Minnesota. For schedule and ticket information, visit fairmontoperahouse.org.
And Laura from B-Bomb Fields posted a picture of us in the background with her up at KMSU. So thank you for that, Laura.
That's awesome.
That's in the comments on the Shuffle Function post. Send us your photos. Let us know where you're listening. Britt is listening with Luke in Sacramento. Got up early to enjoy TMBG today. 12 solid hours on KMSU and your requests.
Yeah, and we're getting closer to that. I'm more nervous whenever we talk with John Linnell, and he's our first conversation.
But I'm dying to hear what he's reading.
Oh, I am too. So if you have questions for the Johns, go to tmbg.love and click on that question button at the top.
Yeah.
It's in green, I want to guess.
Probably green.
Yeah. So let's get into the music. This is going out to our Antarctica requester, Robert. He's from Minnesota. Saw my post on the I've been to Antarctica chat room page, so I want to give a shout out to those guys. Said, I'm going to be up there when you're playing this, so let me request it now when it's easy, and then play it for me when I'm up there. So this is a song that I think you're going to like, Tom. So going out to Robert, thank you so much for one of our... We're still, in fact, speaking of continents, we're still looking for the continent of Africa.
Yes.
And South America.
No, we've got a lot of South
we
We've
do.
got 5 or 6 South Americans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but we need to hear from a country in Africa.
Yes. So if you know somebody, maybe they're over visiting, or maybe they're on safari, maybe they're a resident.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the continent of Africa. That's our last continent that we're looking for. So you guys know how to reach us. Go to tmbg.love for your requests, your stories, and your questions for the Johns. And this is Spider.
He is our hero.
Get rid of.
Step on Spider. We love you, Spider.
I promise not to kill you.
We love you, Spider.
Get rid of. Must stop.
He is our hero.
sing bass. Daddy sing bass. Daddy sing bass.
I took my boat for a car. I took that car for a ride. I was trying to get somewhere, but now I'm following the traces of your fingernails that run along the windshield on the boat of car.
Daddy sing bass.
Traces of your fingernails that run along the windshield on the boat of car. On the boat of car. On the boat of car. On the boat of car.
The drum beat never changes tempo. It's steady like a rock, and like a rock it crushes you as it gets louder. The drum gets louder and louder, and you know there is no parking on the dance floor. And when you wake up you can feel your hair grow, crawl out of your cave, and you can watch your shadow creep across the ground until the day is done. All the while the planet circles round the sun. Everybody knows how this goes, so let's get over it and let's get this over with. Even when you're out of work, you still have a job to do. Even when you don't know what it is, your job knows what it is. What it is it's coming to get you. I'm talking to myself even when I'm saying you. And when you wake up you can feel your hair grow, crawl out of your cave, and you can watch your shadow creep across the ground until the day is done. All the while the planet circles round the sun. Everybody knows how this goes, so let's get over it and let's get this over with. After all the spelling mistakes, after all the groping in the dark, can this page of strange gibberish get a final punctuation mark? You're still hanging around the clam bake after every clam has been baked. No applause, awkward pause, and extended, waiting for a shake. And when you wake up, you can feel your hair grow, crawl out of your cave, and you can watch your shadow creep across the ground until the day is done. All the while the planet circles round the sun. Everybody knows how this goes, so let's get over it and let's get this over with. Hurry up and let's get this over with. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Everybody knows how this goes, so let's get over it and let's get this over with.
I returned a bag of groceries, accidentally taken off the shelf before the expiration date. I came back as a bag of groceries, accidentally taken off the shelf before the day stamped on my sound. Did a large procession wave their torches as my hand fell in the basket? And was everybody dancing on the casket? Now it's over, I'm dead and I haven't done anything that I want. Or I'm still alive and there's nothing I want to do. I will never say the word procrastinate again.
I'll never see myself in the mirror with my eyes closed. I didn't apologize for when I was 8 and I made my younger brother have to be my personal slave. Did a large procession wave their torches as my head fell in the basket? And was everybody dancing on the casket? Now it's over, I'm dead and I haven't done anything that I want. Or I'm still alive and there's nothing I want to do. So I won't sit at home anymore, and you won't see my head in the window, and I won't be around ever anymore, and I'll be up there on the wall at the store. I returned a bag of groceries accidentally taken off the shelf before the expiration date. I came back as a bag of groceries accidentally taken off the shelf before the date stamped on myself. Did a large procession wave their torches as my head fell in the basket? And was everybody dancing on the casket? Now it's over, I'm dead and I haven't done anything that I want. Or I'm still alive and there's nothing I want to do. Now it's over, I'm dead and I haven't done anything that I want. Or I'm still alive and there's nothing I want to do.
Excuse me, I saw you over there. Can I just tell you, although there are millions of cephalophores that wander through this world, you've got something extra going on. I think you probably know. You probably get that a lot. I'll bet that people say that a lot to you, girl. The way you swing your head while strolling fancy free, or melting down some army guys to make green tea. Though there are millions of cephalophores that wander through this world, you've got something extra going on. I think you probably know. You probably already know. You act like I am stating the obvious. It's the way you swing your head while strolling fancy free, or melting down some army guys to make green tea. As the headless horseman said to his associate, the bodiless baboons been cradled in his arms. Although millions of cephalophores are marching past my door, they're invisible to me, except for one cephalophore. You probably get that a lot. I'll bet that people say that a lot, while you are sarcastically lip-syncing along to words they felt were spoken spontaneously.
Well, that goes out to Nora and Marilyn, who has to sadly take off in 10 minutes. Sorry you can't join us for the full chunk of it, but maybe you can tune back in later on. Pasadena, Maryland is where Nora is from, and that was you probably get that a lot.
And before that, Dead going out to Daniel in Venezuela. We have Let's Get This Over With to Alyssa in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Yay, Tennessee!
Woo! Boat of Car, Troy in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. And Spider for Robert in Antarctica.
We love you, Spider! Must stop! Boy, that's kind of some Judson Fountain radio drama voices in there. Thank you so much for the requests, you guys. You're doing a bang-up job of it. I feel like I'm actually doing pretty good with getting through a lot of these. I'm hitting the states and the stuff that we need to get, and then of course we'll be getting to as many of them as we possibly can. But keep the requests coming. You can call or text us at 507-389-5678. And we had some Australian people chiming in that are listening in?
Yeah, we did. We had let's see what I can find here. Listeners in what?
Where's
in
that?
Kuranda, far north Queensland, Australia. It's 12:30 a.m. ish there. And let's see who else.
Didn't you say, Tom, that they're?
If I'm not mistaken, via the Twitters, I believe they are a tribute band, TMBG tribute band.
Oh, I love their picture. They've got the snowman.
Yeah,
the melting snowman in their picture.
We got a message from our Eurovision correspondent, son of Lessa Kahuna, and Sam. They've joined us several times because they're Eurovision Song Contest enthusiasts. Sam has actually been a correspondent for Eurovision websites and has gone to several of the Eurovision competitions and has been involved with some of the acts. And they said that they have sad news because the show at the Fitz happens the exact same time that the 2020 Eurovision contest is going on, and they're going to be at the Eurovision show. So...
Well, the thing is, They Might Be Giants will be back. So it's not like their only opportunity to hear them.
Yeah, but so will Eurovision.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Son of
true.
I don't think Son of Lefse Kahuna has gone to Eurovision yet, though. So this would be very exciting.
Yeah. Well, we'll be there. We'll give you a blow by blow
Yep.
of the They Might Be Giants show. More than you might want to know. Like what
All
time
the
what time that Tom and Chantel threw stuff at us and what time we got hit
Yep.
during what song.
Right.
We were just saying though, because
Whether or not
it's-
Tom will actually be dressed as Lincoln.
in fact, if you're
Stay
getting,
tuned.
if you have yet to get tickets for that, tickets for everybody who's not part of the Instant Fan Club goes on sale in 11 minutes in Minnesota, you guys. So get your dialing or your
Yep.
computer fingers ready because
Yep.
tickets go
Whatever
on sale very
acts
soon.
you need to get together, now would be the time.
Yes. You wanted to share a story that we got.
I really like this one.
In fact, you could share a couple stories.
Can I? Okay, well, I'll start with this. So the first one is from A. Anonymous from Massachusetts. I bought I Like Fun shortly after it came out in January 2018. That January was smack dab in the middle of my senior year of high school, and my life had just gotten weird. I listened to ILF so many times that month, listening as I studied for my midterm exams, listening in the car between medical and psychiatric appointments, listening in my room as I wrote a name tag for myself to prepare for January 30th, the day I'd promised myself I would come out as transgender and begin using my new name at school, even though my parents had been asking me not to for years. I set my waking alarm to let's get this over with every morning. The day I came out, I was so scared that I didn't even make it to first period before I started crying. I sat in the counselor's office, and the nice man there tried to ask me what was wrong. I'd never been great at explaining feelings. What actually came out of my mouth when I finally got it open was the most disjointed, out-of-context album review ever. I told him the songs I liked best. I explained my favorite lyrics to him. I think I talked about I Like Fun to this poor, patient, confused counselor for almost an hour as I calmed down and the idea of going back to class slowly became less frightening. So I went back, kept my head down, and survived the day. I felt my hair grow. I watched my shadow. The planet circled round the sun, and I thought, well, I can get this, and I can get over this and get this over with. And I did. Nothing bad actually happened that day. I don't think anyone noticed my name tag who I hadn't already told ahead of time. They Might Be Giants told me the truth. No matter what's going on in your life, time doesn't care and days will keep passing. Sometimes that's the most encouraging thing that you can hope to hear. I'd thank TMBG for making I Like Fun for me when I needed it the most. But that would be giving more credit than is due. There's no way they knew that their 15 songs would connect with me personally in that time, and there's no way I'm the only person who that album connected to. Still, I Like Fun and I both came out in the same month, and I think that's cool.
That's
wow,
awesome.
that is awesome. I love that story.
Yes.
And we just played Let's Get This Over With.
Yes, I loved it.
Wow.
Fantastic. You can share your stories. Do you want to share another one, actually? Because we've gotten quite a few, and I love it. And we've probably gotten even some more throughout the morning, so we'll share as many as we can.
Well, we just had a request from Venezuela, so I will read this one from Daniel Hernandez from Venezuela.
That was our request.
Yeah. Hey guys, I've been hearing your music from a long time. I was having a bad time due to the situation of my country, but your music got me inspired, and now I want to make music. Thanks for existing.
That's awesome.
Thank you for sharing your stories, you guys, and thank you for sharing your photos. Where are you listening to us right now? Share them on the Shuffle Function Facebook page, and we'd love to see it. These pictures are great. I just love having a window when we have no windows.
I know. We are literally in a radio bunker, so your shots of the world and what's going on out there, it really helps us out.
Yeah, it does.
I'd like to give a shout out to Low Country Volkswagen in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. They tweeted hugs and waves from Jake Watson and Charles Davis at Low Country Volkswagen. They put up a sign in their car dealership saying "Happiest They Might Be Giants Day."
Oh, that's
awesome!
KMSU and tmbg.love.
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
Nice corporate sponsorship.
Yeah, that's right.
Can you get me one of those new VW vans that they're going to be making?
With all the
Hook us
windows.
up.
Have
South
you seen
Carolina.
that? They're amazing.
They look super sweet.
I don't think they're. Let us know. I don't think they're making them for a couple of years.
I think you're right.
But man, I want one of those.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love it if they'd make those the camper Volkswagen vans again too, because someday I'd like to think I could go on the road.
Yeah, and deliberately not follow the dead.
Yeah. It'd be fun to tour, like to go on the road and follow They Might Be Giants.
God,
Yes.
no kidding.
Yes.
Ugh.
Oh.
It's just exciting that they're going to be playing First Avenue in Minneapolis and the Fitz the next night.
That's awesome.
Yes.
It's so fun to see both shows, but man.
So we are doing our best to convince Tom to dress up like Abraham Lincoln since he's going to be sitting at the Fitz
in one of those
in
opera
one of the opera
boxes.
Yes.
So if you are going to the show that night, it's May 16th, I believe.
It's 15th or 16th?
15th or 16th.
It's the 16th, I believe.
It's so. I feel bad because when you sent that to me that they were dating, I thought it was on my birthday. I only saw May 1st.
Oh.
So I went on the chat room for They Might Be Giants and said, "Oh my God, they're coming on my birthday! I'm so excited!" And I got like 40 people that liked it. And then I went, "Wait a minute,
Wait.
See,
hold
I
the
didn't.
phone.
I didn't even think to correct her or anything because I'm so used to having to remind Shelley how old she is.
Yeah.
And things
wait,
like that.
I'm pretty sure I'm 51.
You are.
Yes. Well, do I win a button?
She did
Yes.
it.
You get a button.
Woo! It is
You
the
get a
16th.
button. You get a button. You get a button.
Yay!
They might be giants.
That's why I have a twin to remind me how old I am. Yes. But I feel bad because then when I realized, I was like, I don't want to go in there and say, "Oh, it's not my birthday," but it's close. It's close to Flance's birthday too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's May 6th, I believe his birthday is. But keep the requests coming, you guys. Keep sharing your stories and your photos. And don't forget, it's at tmbg.love that you can send in those requests, send in those questions for the Johns. We might be within an hour, 2 hours of speaking with John Linnell. So you'll have to start looking at the numbers to make sure that we're good to go. And if you are from the country of Africa, the continent of Africa, we'd love to hear from you because that is the one that we're still looking to hit all 7 continents. We've got Antarctica colored in. We're about to color in a lot. Are you ready, Chantil?
I've been doing some exercises.
We've got Russia coming up right now.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Oh boy.
That'll
That's
take me a while.
one big landmass.
Going out to TJ, and you know I'm going to say this wrong because that's what I do. Astrakhan?
Okay.
How you
that
doing?
sounds better. Astrakhan, Russia. Thank you. So I know TJ's been requesting for a couple of years, and so I love that. And so thank you for that. And I'm so sorry, Chantil. Time to color for about 5 minutes.
All right. I'm up to it.
All right, here we go. Let's see. I think it's, I'm trying to think of which CD. Now, we talked long enough, I can't remember which CD I've got in. Okay, it's this one.
I never knew what everybody meant by endless, hopeless, bleak despair, until one day when I found out, the first time I ever left my house, it saw me and followed me home and stayed with me for my whole life. For years and years I wandered the earth, condemned to a life of bleak despair. Then one day I looked around and found it had disappeared. Hopeless bleak despair, it was always there. And then one day it disappeared in a puff of smoke, in an unceremonious way. One day it disappeared. All I had ever wanted in my life was only to be free of it. It drove away my family. It made me lose my job. Whenever anybody saw it, they'd say, get out of here. For years and years I wandered the earth, sick of my life, looking forward to death. Then one day I looked around and found that it disappeared. Hopeless bleak despair, it was always there. And then one day it disappeared in a puff of smoke, in an unceremonious way. One day it disappeared. Hopeless bleak despair. Hopeless bleak despair. Hopeless bleak despair. For years and years I wandered the earth until I died and went to hell. But my despair had ascended to heaven. That's how I finally got rid of it. Hopeless bleak despair, it was always there. And then one day it disappeared in a puff of smoke, in an unceremonious way. One day it disappeared. Hopeless bleak despair, it was always there. And then one day it disappeared in a puff of smoke, in an unceremonious way. One day it disappeared.
Footsteps leading to the room where the paint doesn't want to dry. 32 footsteps running on the road where the dirt reaches the sky. 32 feathers in my brand new Indian headdress. 32 new moons shining in 32 skies. What's the reason? Why'd you go? Where's my baby? I don't know. 32 footsteps, counted to myself, 32 footsteps.
Bing bang, bing along, sing sang, sing along, ting dang, ting along, day. Bing bang, bing along, king gang, king along, hing hang, hing along, day. Ting dang, ting along, king gang, king along, ling lang, ling along, lay. Bing bang, bing along, ning dang, ning along, bing bang, bing along, day.
What's the reason? Why'd you go? Where's my baby? I don't know. 32 footsteps, counted to myself, 32 footsteps. Lies my ears never saw when the floorboard gave way. 32 walls come tumbling down and the night turns to day. 32 infantrymen running in place. 32 boxcars, all of them have your face. What's that's the reason why'd you leave? Don't you know we're on the eve of 32 footsteps? Counting to myself, 32 footsteps.
28, 29, 30.
Everything right is wrong again, just like in the long, long trailer. All the dishes got broken, the car kept driving, and nobody would stop to save her. Wake me when the tower touch my face, tell me every word has been erased. Don't you want to know the reason why the cover's not appealing? Don't you get the feeling that everything that's right is wrong again? You're a weasel overcome with dish. Weasel overcome, but not before the damage done. Not healing doesn't stop the feeling. Everything right is wrong again, just like in the long, long trailer. All the dishes got broken and the car kept driving, and nobody would stop to save her. And now the song is over now, and now the song is over now, and now the song is over now, the song is over now. Everything right is wrong again. Every movement follows, every fall is once again. Every five and dime spin, gang and spin. Tell me that you like my tapestry. Draw the line, divine, laugh and scream. You know everything that I so I know you are the voice that makes me silent, noise that says that everything that's right is wrong again. You're a weasel overcome with dish, weasel overcome, but not before the damage done. Not healing doesn't stop the feeling. Everything right is wrong again, just like in a long, long trailer. All the dishes got broken and the car kept driving, and nobody would stop to save her. And now the song is over now, and now the song is over now, and now the song is over now, the song is over now.
You're on, Chantel.
You're listening to your local independent public radio station, The Maverick, KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin, at 89.7 FM in Mankato and 91.3 FM in Austin, online at kmsu.org, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato. Big ideas, real-world thinking.
Let's actually chat for a second. Would this mom in Fairmont, Minnesota, who wanted to play a long song for me to take a water closet break, would that be a relative of yours?
Did they say their name?
Mom
Just
in
mom?
Fairmont.
Well, that could be my mom in Fairmont.
That's what I was
I
wondering.
told her, I gave her all the deets so she could listen in. So
Well, that's sweet.
She's always...
She wants to make sure you go to the bathroom, Chantel. Everything right is wrong again. That's adorable.
Isn't it?
Alrighty.
Yes.
What did we hear before that?
Let's see. We had Footsteps.
32 Footsteps.
32 Footsteps for William in Everett, Washington, and Hopeless Bleak Despair for TJ in Astrakhan, Russia.
That's very good. I think you did better than I did. Boy, welcome to hour number 4 of Shuffle Function. My name is Shelley.
I am Shy Boy Tim.
I am eating candy.
And I'm Chantel.
Chantel looks at Tom like, I can't believe you said that.
I'm guessing at this point. At this point, there's probably a lot that makes Chantel say, I can't believe you said that.
We are playing All They Might Be Giants, so we want to thank Karen for giving up her hours again this morning for allowing us to play They Might Be Giants nonstop till 6 p.m. tonight. And so we've been playing requests, and how many songs are we up to now?
I have 43 songs, including the one we have coming up next.
I feel pretty good about that.
Tom's way off?
I'm way off. I have 45. I don't know what's going on.
Uh-oh.
I got no answers for you, man.
We need to have an audit.
The Twitter playlist may or may not be correct, just so you know.
Did you get Everything Right Is Wrong again?
Yeah.
On there? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I could read a story to give you some time to, get your numbers together.
There's not enough
Is that
time.
all right?
Yeah, no, because we're playing All They Might Be Giants, because there's probably, since our morning show's over, there's probably some new people listening. And
Yes.
Tom and Chantil are our day sponsors, and they asked that we do this. And folks from all over the world are tuning in and requesting music, because that's what we're playing is all requests. And so if you have requests, or if you have questions that you would like to ask either John Linnell or John Flansburgh from the band, both are going to be calling. In fact, John Linnell might be as soon as an hour or so from now, or a couple hours at the most. And John Flansburgh will be mid-afternoon. But knock on wood. Phil, their manager, has said that the prompts have been sent again. So I'm guessing that they've always called in. They've always been really great about that. But if you have questions for them, you can submit questions at tmbg.love as well as your requests. And we're also taking stories. So if you have a story you'd like to share, please do that. And they've been great stories. Thank you so much. The one thing about the They Might Be Giants community is that it's very, very open to everybody, and it's really been like a place where people can find community if maybe they feel like they didn't have any. And so I love that you guys feel welcome enough to share your stories with us. And so you have one you want to share?
Yeah. This is from Corey Foister in Cincinnati, Ohio. They Might Be Giants inspire me to do big and crazy things. I ran for United States Congress in Ohio's 8th Congressional District, former Speaker of the House John Boehner's district. I pulled my petition with no expectations of winning the Democratic Party's nomination, but on March 15, 2016, I became the youngest person ever, 26 years old, to win the nomination of a major U.S. political party for U.S. Congress. When I would campaign across the district, I would always have They Might Be Giants playing on the radio. When I lost the election, I leaned heavily on their music. They Might Be Giants are my favorite accidental discovery. I was searching up Weird Al music on LimeWire way back in 2007 and came across a few of their songs. I never heard of KMSU and the TMBPTMBG marathon until after the 2016 presidential election. It was the first day I had been happy since Trump's victory. Fast forward 3 years later, and I'm now attending the University of Cincinnati for digital media. I'm currently working on 2 projects featuring the music of TMBG. They Might Be Giants music inspires me to be a better person, and life would suck without TMBG. P.S. I totally got a TMBG tattoo this year.
Nice. And good for you for running for office. That's fantastic.
Yeah, way to get involved.
No kidding.
Well, I have a question for you. Have we played Good to Be Alive?
I don't think so. I don't see it on
Okay,
here.
good, because I have that'll be coming up quickly here. I just didn't want to. I try not to repeat myself unless it's a different version of the song, or if we need it from because we're also trying to get all 50 states. You guys, we've come so far.
All 20 states.
We have come so far.
Wow.
All 50 states. We'd love to hear from all 50 states with requests, as well as all 7 continents. And I haven't had a chance to look at the bottom of the list yet, but I'm pretty sure we probably still need to hear from Africa. So if you are have any links to Africa, or if you're tuning in from Africa right now, request something by going to tmbg.love and hit that request button, and we'd love to hear from you.
Is that the CD player?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's moody. We just had a pledge drive. It'll be okay. So I have going out to I believe Zach. Yes. Zach in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, our neighbors to the east. We are going to be hearing. Where is it? Oh, Mr. Claw. And then we're going to get to Good to Be Alive. Keep those requests coming.
John says we did play Good to Be Alive. It was song 31.
I thought we did.
See, I have it as song 30.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, there we go.
Is that the beginning of the
thanks, John.
divergence?
Yeah.
Well, and Good to Be Alive was requested so we can color in
And Milo.
Sweden.
All right.
Alrighty. Let's have a Swedish fika.
And I'll give you the where it's from. So I've got a minute to find this next request. So we're good. It'll be all good.
claw is a claw, and nobody has seen a talking claw. Nobody has seen a talking claw. Unless that claw is the famous, unless that claw is the famous
Mr. Claw, Mr. Claw, Mr. Claw, Mr. Claw, Mr. Vanity Claw, Mr. Lightning Bulb, Mr. Vanity Claw, Mr. Dental Floss, Mr. Vanity Claw.
We heard from these guys on our President's Day show, and for my money, nobody puts historical facts to a catchy dance tune quite like they do. Here's They Might Be Giants, and a story about a Belgian painter named James Ensor. I'll give you some of the facts afterwards, and you can judge the veracity of the song for yourself.
Meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Dig him up and shake his hand. Appreciate the man. Before there were junk stores, before there was junk, he lived with his mother and the torments of Christ. The world was transformed. A crowd gathered round, pressed against his window so they could be the first to meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Raise a glass and sit and stare. Understand the man. He lost all his friends. He didn't need his friends. He lived with his mother and repeated himself. The world has forgotten. The world moved along. The crowd at his window went back to their homes. Meet James Ensor. Meet James Ensor, Belgium's famous painter. Dig him up and shake his hand. Appreciate the man.
Those They Might Be Giants, number one group at Mensa, and the story of James Ensor. He was a Belgian painter. He did repeat himself. He did lose his friends. And he did live with his mother, a lovely woman. He was part of the avant-garde group called the 20. He was actually the group's founder and leader, but he had sharp differences of opinion with the other group members. He showed his work with them until 1888, until some of his paintings, such as the entry of Christ into Brussels, were rejected as scandalous, and the 20 disbanded. You see, he did lose his friends. All the facts are there in the song, folks. In the later years of his life, he wrote music, he designed sets for ballets, and never stopped painting, holding the brush until his death at the age of 89. A rich life, a long life. Kind of a short song, though.
Here comes the dirt bike. Beware of the dirt bike, 'cause I hear they're coming to our town. They got plans for everyone, and now I hear they're over we gathered round. We saw the world and we're on our way. Now it's brainwashing dirt bike, ground shaking dirt bike, mind bending dirt bike, in control. Soul crushing dirt bike, self-propelled dirt bike. You see, I never thought I'd understand till that bike took me by the hand. Now I
Where was I? I forgot the point that I was making. I said if I was smart that I would save up for a piece of string and a rock to wind the string around. Everybody wants a rock to wind a piece of string around. Everybody wants a rock to wind a piece of string around. Throw the crib door wide, let the people crawl inside. Someone in this town is trying to burn the playhouse down. They want to stop the ones who want a rock to wind a string around. But everybody wants a rock to wind a piece of string around. Throw the crib door wide, let the people crawl inside. Someone in this town is trying to burn the playhouse down. They want to stop the ones who want a rock to wind a string around. But everybody wants a rock to wind a piece of string around. If I were a carpenter, I'd hammer on my piglet. I'd collect the $7 and I'd buy a big prosthetic forehead and wear it on my real head. Everybody wants prosthetic foreheads on their real heads. Everybody wants prosthetic foreheads on their real heads. Throw the crib door wide, let the people crawl inside. Someone in this town is trying to burn the playhouse down. They want to stop the ones who want prosthetic foreheads on their
say in the book? How fast is the speed of light? I don't know. Did it say? I'll ask John. I'll ask John. I'll ask John. I'll ask John.
Minute goes
And
fast.
now radio.
Hello.
That was read a book.
Going out to CC in Bulgaria. Before that, We Wanna Rock for Tuesday in Maricopa, Arizona. Dirt Bike going out to Tom and Chantil.
Woo!
Good choice, you guys.
Courtesy of Belgium, who just said, "Come to Brussels, we love you." They might be giants.
Yes.
So I didn't request anything, so I kind of borrowed their request
That
for
was a
you
freebie.
guys.
Okay.
Before that, James Ensor, the Theme Time radio version. And Mr. Claus, Zach in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin.
Keep those requests coming. What's the Twitter land saying, Tom? You're so
Oh.
quiet. They've got to be just engaging you.
Yes. So Lucinda, she was one of the young
Our 2-year-old.
2-year-old.
Sure.
So we have a picture of Lucinda. Lucinda says thank you for playing her song. She's pretty much been dancing.
She's so eloquent.
Yes, been dancing nonstop.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, people are tweeting pictures of listening on the subway in Brooklyn.
Oh, that's cool.
So, yeah, that's really neat.
Did our Volkswagen guys write us back and say I can hook you up with one of those?
I haven't heard back about the new car. No.
Okay.
Doggone it.
One of these days.
But, sometime here we need to open up the swag. Someone did send us
yeah.
amazing swag as a thank you to us, KMSU, for doing this every year. We need to take some pictures and show that off.
Definitely.
Here. We'll name drop later. But
Maybe at the next.
You're all looking at me. It doesn't.
Shelley.
You can do it whenever you want to.
At the next break, we can have them revealed.
Yeah.
Well,
stay tuned.
let's do it around noon.
Oh, sure.
Okay, that
we'll
sounds
get a
good.
little. We'll get a little energy boost
Sure,
from
yeah.
that.
Yes.
Because I
Just-
kind of feel like because everything just went silent in the room for the first time, so I
Mm.
feel like you guys are dropping a little.
No, not at all. I'm just
no.
going over the questions.
Oh.
Here's-
Yeah. And I have a story.
Oh, go ahead.
So I thought maybe you need some licorice.
No, I just had some
Yes.
licorice.
You want to get ripped,
Woo!
Shelley?
Not
Okay.
right now on the air.
Okay.
I've eaten enough for Dave England.
Okay.
Here's a story from Caroline Castleton in Eagle Mountain, Utah. Once upon a time, I asked for some TMBG stuff for Christmas. Well, on Christmas morning, before everyone opened presents, I painted my nails, but they weren't dry by the time everyone was awake and ready to open presents. I was trying to be careful about how I was unwrapping presents, but when I started opening one and saw the John Henry cover, there was no way that nail polish was going to survive. There was red nail polish everywhere, but luckily it didn't get on my CD, and that was good enough for me.
And here's one from Jack in Cornwall, England. When I saw TMBG live at the Manchester Academy 2 in 2016, the fire alarm started going off in the middle of their set.
Oh, no.
Instead of evacuating, the band started jamming with the fire alarm.
Oh, my gosh. And I'm sure there's a recording floating around somewhere. Wow.
I'll probably get a request
That's-
for it.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That one song where they started jamming with the...
That's amazing. Well, hey, just want to say hello to Katie, who's leaving for work in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Have a great day.
I was just there last week.
Really?
Did you see Katie?
Maybe. I don't know.
Did you see a UFO?
You have to
No.
show your ID to get to town.
Oh, jeez.
Did you see a skinwalker?
I was just trying to get into
Oh,
town
yeah.
to get some food, and I came across this guard tower thing, and they asked me for ID, and I thought, I am not in the right place. I just want pizza, and I'm getting asked for ID. It was
Were you around Area 51 or something? Or some nuclear?
It was like, the
something or
nuclear
other?
research facility, and I didn't realize that I was going through the research facility to get to my pizza, and I
You're
was
so sneaky.
That's how they get you,
I
Tom.
panicked.
That is.
Yeah.
I love it. We're still getting photographs, too. We've asked you guys to share photos of where you're listening in to They Might Be Playing They Might Be Giants today. And you can do that by going onto the Facebooks, which you do by go to your searcher browser. I think that's what it's called.
Nope, search your browser.
Your
That's the
searcher
technical
browser.
term. Yeah.
That could be Google. That could be Firefox.
Ask Jeeves.
Oh, yeah, sure.
and then put in the words Facebook, and Facebook should come up. Click on that link, and then when you're on your Facebook page, type in the words shuffle SHUFFLE function. It's 2 words, FUNCTION. And you're going to see Shuffle Function under KMSU 89.7 in Mankato, Minnesota. Like it, and then you can see our posts, and then share a photo of where you are listening in this morning, because I love all the photos. Or this evening. It's evening in some places as well. I love all the photographs. In fact, Finland they have more snow on the ground than we do. Ours all melted.
Katie says, next time you're in Los Alamos, say hey.
Will do.
Bring proper ID.
Yes.
Ask Katie if she's ever seen a UFO.
Katie, have you ever seen a UFO? Does anybody else have any other questions you would like me to ask her?
Or a skinwalker. Hey, and if you
Did you watch that Skinwalker documentary on Netflix?
No.
No.
It's pretty creepy.
I don't know if I did or not.
Oh, maybe it's not. You know what? I think it's on Hulu, actually.
Then I didn't,
Sorry.
and I want to, because I love the Skinwalker
Yeah,
stuff.
it's very creepy. You know what's on Hulu that I just watched the other day that was really odd? Well, I'll tell you. Anna, was it Anna versus the Apocalypse?
Oh.
That it's like High School Musical with zombies.
Oh, I
It's
remember seeing
awesome.
the video for that,
Yeah,
or the
it's
trailer for that.
Really great.
Good to know.
Yep, there you go. Yep, also watching 30 Rock. But go on.
I'm watching Billy on the Street.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty, I've got a request queued up from Japan. I think, Chantel, have you caught up with my other list too?
I am still trying to catch up. I got
Chantel is
few. I got
coloring
these.
in the map that basically with every request she's coloring it in and then putting a pin with the requests that we're getting. We're hoping to have most of this filled up by the time 6 o'clock rolls around tonight.
Yes.
And so that's why we're asking for your requests. If you got to hear that request right away because you have to go off to work or to school or go to bed or whatever reason that you can't listen, text us at 507-389-5678 and just say, "Gotta play this right now, Shelley," and I'll do my best to do that.
Katie says it's classified about whether or not she's seen a UFO.
She's totally
I
seen
know
a
she's
UFO.
totally seen them. She's probably worse with grays.
Or the whites, the little ones with the big eyes.
Hey, and if you haven't voted yet on the map coloring contest,
I haven't.
Go to tmbg.love/vote. You can see all the
I haven't even
entries.
looked at them yet.
There's some really amazing entries, and then you can vote. And not only are the artists in the running to win sweet buttons as prizes, if you vote, you could also win a prize. So
there you go.
It's just
everybody
wins.
can be a part.
Well, everybody
Mostly.
wins if your name is picked.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, please do that.
I get it. Oh, and if people guess their age, do they get a button?
Oh, yeah.
I thought anybody that voted got a button, the way you said it earlier.
No.
But you're going to throw
There'll
them
be
into
a
a hat.
drawing.
While
Correct.
supplies last.
Okay.
Yeah, well, limited
now
supplies.
I get it.
Yeah. I'm not made of money, Shelley.
Tom, this isn't Tom's real job. Being a contest giveaway.
He's not a full-time Twitter baron.
Or a Twitter. Would you like to be a full-time Twitter baron?
But
Would you
he
like this to
has-
be your real job?
Maybe.
But making this
Boy.
website has almost been a full time. Tom has poured his heart and soul into this tmbg.love website. People, you don't even know.
It's fun making the promos. Hopefully people have
I got to
enjoyed
tell you guys, looking at these entries so far, there's some
gonna-
great entries. I don't know
Oh, yeah.
what on earth to vote for.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, so you
sure.
look at them first, like they're fuller scale at the top, and then
Yeah.
you vote below. And then there's also some
You
just
can only vote for once and only one time?
one U.S. map and one world map.
Free if you vote from work?
Free if you vote from work. And I also threw in some just sort of kind of general TMBG demographic info, just out of curiosity.
Sure.
So, fill those in, and we'll probably report some results later today.
Sure.
Well, I have a request coming up after I play Station ID going out to Tomoko in Osaka, Japan.
Yes.
Yay! So we get to cross off our continent of Asia.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa.
And so thank you for that. Keep the requests coming. You can go to tmbg.love, click on requests, or if you got to hear it right now because you're signing off, text us at 507-389-5678. Here we go.
the possible dream, finale of scene, the moment that some call eternal, that some call insane. Now helmets on each head, awaiting the first lead. The pageant is named the Pencil Rain. The infantry stands and holds out its hands. The marshal's binoculars focus, and skyward they train. They're searching the yonder blue. They look out for number 2, the heraldry of the Pencil Rain. And now hear the roar that none can ignore, the thunderous clatter of splintering wood and lives that are claimed, and none who have witnessed all can speak of a nobler cause than perishing in the Pencil Rain. The Pencil Rain. The Pencil Rain. The Pencil Rain.
Underneath a big clock at the corner of 5th Avenue and 22nd Street, I stood and waited for a girl I knew at the spot where we agreed to meet. It was 4 minutes of 2. At 4 of 2, I stood waiting for the girl. I was 4 minutes early for the date we had planned. I was planning to say I was in love with her just as soon as she showed for a 2 o'clock date, and the clock said 4 of 2. At 4 of 2, I was staring into space. She was not yet late, according to the clock. I was feeling nervous, so I kept looking up at the clock sticking out of the side of the building, and it still said 4 of 2. At 4 of 2, I began to feel tired, and I rubbed my eyes, and again I checked the time. It seemed as if the sky was growing dark, but I felt reassured when I looked at the clock, and it still said 4 of 2. I lay my head down on the sidewalk, so in case she were coming, I would have a better view. But no one was there, so I stretched out and closed my eyes for a second or two. It was 4 minutes of 2. At once I awoke to a futuristic world. There were flying cars and gigantic metal bugs. I'd grown a beard, it was long and white, but I knew that the girl would be coming very soon, for though everything had changed, there was still that clock, and it still said 4 of 2. By somebody else.
Wait. I'm going to call do-over. This is supposed to play Cabbage Town's track 2. Sorry, you guys. That 40-second request threw a...
No, I know.
threw a wrench in my cycle. Is that how it goes?
Yep, it was exactly right.
Something like that?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
I was laying on the porch as the bus drove by, just talking to the dog about thinking to myself, there are so many big ideas we could talk about, but nothing that gets said gets us out of Cabbage Town. Oh, Cabbage Town. Oh, Cabbage Town. I will leave and I'll return. Oh, Cabbage Town. I talked to my old granddad as he fell into the sea. He said time and tide are one thing that no one understands. I talked to my Uncle Jack as he tried to talk to me, with a bottle in one hand and another in the other. Oh, Cabbage Town. Oh, Cabbage Town. I will leave and I'll return. Oh, Cabbage Town. Oh, Cabbage Town. Oh, Cabbage Town. I will leave and I'll return. Oh, Cabbage Town.
The color of infinity inside an empty glass. I'm squinting my eye and turning off and on and on and off the light. It's for this experimental film which nobody knows about and which I'm still figuring out what's going to go in my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it is. I already know the ending, it's the part that makes your face implode. I don't know what makes your face implode, but that's the way the movie ends. And in my experimental film, which nobody knows about, but which I'm still figuring out, your face implodes at my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great to figuring out what's going to go in my experimental film. Yeah, you're all gonna be in this experimental film, and even I can't explain it. I already know how great it's gonna. Yeah, you're gonna be in this experimental film, and even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it is. Even though I can't explain it, I already know how great it is.
Going out to Shane in Korea. That's fantastic. We've gotten more requests from that neck of the world. I don't want to say neck of the woods. Let's say neck of the world than we ever have in years past, which is
very
great. That was experimental film.
And before that, Cabbage Town for Jared in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, Atlanta.
Sleep for Anna in Huntsville, Alabama.
Alabama! You got to say it like Forrest Gump.
4 of 2 for David in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Hello, Hawaii. I am so glad because
Or
Hawaii.
aloha.
We still need to hear from Alaska. Hawaii and
Oh, yeah.
Alaska are the tough gets.
All right.
Although I got to tell you, sometimes those northeastern states are holdouts.
Mhm.
Because as far as I know, we still need to hear from Rhode Island, Vermont, West Virginia. We've got New Hampshire at some point. We just haven't gotten to them yet. Wyoming. We've heard from the Dakotas, but Nevada, I don't think we've heard from you yet. In fact, we're giving Chantel a little catch-up time. Yeah. Was that you?
And we started the...
Cramping up.
My head can only cover so fast.
And we started the set off with Pencil Rain for Tomoko in Osaka, Japan.
That's wonderful, you guys. Thank you for all the requests. Keep them coming. And I'm jumping up and down throughout the list. I'm kind of going for the ones that we need to hear from yet for states, and then I'm jumping around as well. So if you got to hear a song like right now, then text us. Here's the number to text us, 507-389-5678. So if you're heading off to work or you got an appointment or you have to do something that takes you away from your radio or your computer or whatever your listening device is, let us know by texting that number, and I'll jump you up to the top of the list here. But we'd love to hear also from the continent of Africa.
Right.
I just did a sneak peek towards the end of the list, and I have not seen Africa pop up yet. So if you know somebody, and I want to say that Heinrich said that they were the person who got Madagascar for us last year. So if you're listening, maybe try that Madagascar connection once again, because we'd really appreciate it, because we got to have all 7 continents. I don't want to backslide.
Well, I want to just give a shout out to Stephanie, who posted her picture of where she's listening to They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants. And if you want to let us know where you're listening, we would love to see a picture of your listening space. You can post it at the at Shuffle Function Facebook. There is a post that says, "Send us your photos," and then just throw it into the comments.
I've been looking at them. I love looking at them. Just seeing all the different people who are out there in listening from around the world. I love that one band can unite all of us for a single day in doing something like this. And I got to tell you, They Might Be Giants fans are pretty cool people.
This is very true.
And so if I know last year we had a great photographic spread too of people texting us their craft projects that they were working on while they were listening.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? So if you are being crafty today and you'd like to share that, feel free to do so. You can do that by dropping a picture on our Shuffle Function Facebook or on the Twitters.
On the Twitters, yeah.
How do they do that on the Twitters, Tom? For people like myself who might not be sure.
So which browser are you using? Which internet?
Netscape.
I actually am using...
Okay. Okay. If you're using Netscape, travel forward
I'm
in time
using
about 15
MySpace
years.
as my...
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, go to...
No, Gopher. What was the old Gopher thing, right? Wasn't that the first internet? Was the Minnesota Gopher stuff?
Yeah, one of those.
I don't know. I prefer Atari.
Normally, I
and an
rely
Atari
on
2600 to be
as you
specific.
can tell, I always lean on Shelley for all of my technology
Yes.
information, but I'm at a loss for this one.
But if you can find your way to Twitter,
Mm-hmm.
I can't help you any further. TMBG.love. That's the Twitter
Mhm.
and the Facebook, and yeah, you can. There are some people who are occasionally throwing in requests on Twitter, and I'm trying to catch them,
Mhm.
but I know I'm missing some. So if you want to make sure that Shelley sees these requests, please request them at tmbg.love/requests.
Right.
Yeah, because I tell you, when Tom is not on the microphone, he's button lip. He just sits there and takes it all in because he's like the Matrix with all the
Yeah.
information just filing through his glasses.
But that's your 100% chance that Shelley's going to actually see
Right.
your request is to go through the website. I'm not trying to avoid people on Twitter, but I know I'm missing some because there's tons of activity. But there was some new stories came in through the website.
Oh, yeah, let's share some
I
more
can
stories.
Share some. Ian in Columbus, Ohio writes, I've been a longtime fan of TMBG since I was 9 or 10 in the early 2000s. It's wonderful at 24, quickly coming on 25, to see what feels like a new era for the band that's continued to grow and change as I have. The band's music has been a constant companion through highs and lows, and I have so much love and appreciation for them. They help me feel that my various oddities and weirdness was something to truly enjoy about myself, and I still carry the confidence that their music gave me. So happy to have another day of TMBPTMBG. Got to tune in last year, and it was a blast. Good luck to the KMSU folks. I'll hopefully be tuned in all day. Much love, Ian.
Awesome. Thank
So
you,
that was
Ian.
very nice of
Thank you.
Oakley in High Point, North Carolina. Who
We just played that
yeah.
request.
Says, I know I chime in every year, but I just can't help it.
We love that you do.
I look forward.
I love that I recognize names year after year
Right,
after year.
I do too, yeah.
Yeah, they say, I look forward to these 12 hours. It always feels like a slice of joy when it comes around. TMBG has helped me through some really tough periods and still does. I found them at a time my dysphoria was at its worst, and their way with wordplay, rhythm, and imagery gave me the sort of pickup and boost that I needed. It just hit... I thought you were dancing. It just... It just hit it. Their music is what helped me make it here today and just may be what helps me take it into the future. So awesome, Oakley.
Very cool.
For sharing that. And just one last one. Abby in the UK writes, since I found them, TMBG has been a catalyst for only positives in my life. They drive me to make art and music. The community of fans has made me feel so welcome and wanted in the world. And I'm even making my first trip abroad to see them in New York in January.
Awesome.
Yay!
They've truly given me hope in the world and a drive to live my life to the fullest.
Very
So,
cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I want to give a shout out to Jessica, who is listening in Bloomington, MN. Hope you're going to either the Fitz or First Avenue show. We got a
That's right.
listener
Tickets have been
photo.
on sale for over an hour.
Yep.
Almost an hour.
From Christy, who's listening in the library in Arkansas. And then Wendy is listening
Wait a
near...
minute. We need a request from Arkansas.
Do we really?
Yes,
Wendy?
request something.
Christy.
Quietly.
Christy, we need a request from Arkansas. And then Wendy's listening near Atlanta, Georgia. Been a fan since the 80s, but her 16-year-old is all things TMBG. And
Oh,
her
that's
photo
nice.
is her in front of a wall full of album covers from They Might Be Giants.
I love over the years that people have shared that this is like a band that brings the family together. If you're arguing over what music to play in the car, it's one of the few bands that
Yep.
satisfies everybody. In fact, I've got something queued up off of one of their kids albums. They call them, although I don't know, they're just as adult to me as the kids. But we've got what do I have? I've got Sleepwalkers queued up for Lou in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. So you can just put a pin in. You don't have to color anything.
Yes. I finally am caught up.
So we're going to hear Sleepwalkers. And again, request music at tmbg.love. Hit request or
Yep.
hit story or hit questions, whichever one you might have. And if you need to hear it right now, text me at 507-389-5678 because you're breaking away and you got to head off to work
Right.
or whatever. Or you got to go to bed. We're talking to the world here, so there's definitely time changes. But we are Also about an hour away from a possible call from John Linnell. We're hoping that they're working on Central Standard Time. Otherwise, we might be 10 minutes away.
Like
which
moments away.
Makes me even more nervous. But all right, this is Sleepwalkers going to Canada, our neighbors to the north.
See them over there, see them moving down the road. Their arms held out ahead, and their eyes are closed. Don't make any noise, cry out loud or stamp your feet. You'll wake the girls and boys who are walking in their sleep. Every night they throw aside their blankets, swing their feet down, stand up and move out to the street like they're under a spell. And together they roam across the country, and they're walking in their sleep. You'll recognize them when you see their rumpled hair and stocking feet. It seems like they want something, but we don't know what it is. But here they come again. Yes, here they come again. Move aside and let the people go by. They don't see you, thinking that they're home in their beds. They must not be disturbed when they're wandering all across the country, and they're walking in their sleep. Perhaps when they awake they'll remember everything. They'll think it was a dream, it will be forgotten then. But don't make any noise, cry out loud or stamp your feet. You'll wake the girls and boys who are walking in their sleep.
Frosty the supervisor lives by himself. Sometimes I feel sorry for him. Usually I can't. I've turned off my hearing aid. Don't say the electric chair's not good enough for king lazy bones like myself. More coffee for me, boss, 'cause I'm not as messed up as I want to be. I turned off my hearing aid. Don't say the electric chair's not good enough for king lazy bones like myself. said.
There's a knock at the door that I adore. There's a face at the window, a smiling yellow face. There's a knock at the door, and if I were at home, they'd find me there. There's a note on the door that I would see, and the furniture's barely been moved from where it was. There's a note on the door, and the note would say, when it rains, it snows. When it rains, it snows, I wonder why. And now I know that when it rains, it snows. There's a nut with a shotgun, bang, bang, bang. There's a doctor, a waitress, a fireman with a hat. There's a nut with a gun. There's enough so they'll never know which one. When it rains, it snows, I wonder why. And now I know that when it rains, it snows.
All right. Well, that was Rest a While, going out to Andrew in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Before that, When It Rains, It Snows for Valerie in Missoula, Montana. Hearing Aid for Maine, the entire state of Maine. And Sleepwalkers for Lou in Edmonton, Canada.
Guess who's on the phone with us? Can you hear us, John?
Hello, yes.
Awesome.
Hey, John, how are you doing?
I'm well. I'm calling from my car, and I've got it plugged into the little thing. So there's a mic somewhere, like in the steering wheel or something, which is what you're hearing me through, I think. But I don't really, it seems like they should be clearer about where they put the mic.
Well, you sound okay. You do sound like you're calling from a car, but we can still hear you, so that's awesome.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what that sounds like. And again, I don't know why it seems like in this day and age, phones should not be as horrible sounding as they are. But,
Well, the smaller they get, the worse they sound. Do you mind if I do a little bit of station business? I just got to do our top of the hour.
Please, pay the bills.
You're listening to the Independent Public Radio, the Maverick, KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University Mankato. Big ideas, real world thinking. And are you guys rehearsing for your appearance on Live From Here tomorrow night?
You are so on top of it. In fact, if you could just call me and tell me what I'm doing every day, that would be super helpful.
I would love to do that.
Yes.
Tomorrow tomorrow you're gonna wake up and you're gonna sleep in. Then you're gonna cook like some Thai food, and then you're gonna go play that gig, and then you're gonna go to bed.
Sounds great.
You got an easy day tomorrow. But
Cool.
you're on live from here tomorrow night. We're, of course, being from Minnesota, that's a show that is sometimes out of Minnesota, but now it's going to be more out in New York. But are you guys getting pretty excited about that?
We're totally psyched. Yeah, we're just gotta. We're playing songs that we theoretically know how to play, so it shouldn't be too challenging for us. But we've got about 10 other things we're trying to do right now. So this is just one of our jobs this week.
What are the 9 other things you're trying to do right now?
Well, we're doing a recording session next week, so we're getting several things together, including we're going to shoot a little video thing with probably just John and I and the drummer, and then we're going to get the whole band in the studio at the beginning of the week and record a bunch of new material. And it's just, and there's that, and remembering to sweep the leaves off the steps. It's like I can barely cope.
Well, I tell you what everybody's really excited about in our neck of the woods is that unless you're like ourselves, part of the Instant Fan Club, tickets just went on sale for the Minnesota show this morning. And so everybody's been buying up tickets all week long for you're playing at First Ave and at the Fitzgerald Theater.
We're all going to be at the Fitzgerald show.
Excellent. Great. I'm so looking forward to that. And may I just say, I love the fact that the name of the state, Minnesota, includes the opportunity to say something in a Minnesota accent.
Oh,
it's perfect.
Wait a minute. We took bets on who was going to call us out on our Minnesota accents, and we all said it would be within 15 minutes of starting this morning. You're the first person to mention it. So you're the winner.
Bravo, you win.
Wait, I win? Hang on.
You win a They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants button. We'll send one to you.
Very good. Okay, excellent.
Well, we got a bunch of questions from listeners, and almost all of them say, when is Mink Car coming out on vinyl?
Wow, almost all of them.
Well, that's me because I submitted that like 100 times.
Right, stuffed about. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer. Sorry, I'm no good.
Okay.
I don't have the answer to that one.
But how excited are you that State Songs is getting a Record Store Day release?
That's super cool, and I was very pleased to go back and review the recording and the artwork and everything, and it's super nice because it was so long ago that it's like somebody else did it. So you know what I'm saying? Like I kind of feel like I don't remember all the work that went into it, so now it's just the pleasure of enjoying it again.
Mm-hmm. And everybody asking you to. Go ahead.
Buckling my seatbelt. I'm about to start driving to the rehearsal space.
Oh.
I've been parked in front of my house, but I'm actually going to drive and talk.
Do you get one of those cars that you use for working on the streets that you're backing up with the beeps?
That is right. Yeah. I have a 2012 Prius for those who are interested.
All right.
Well, it's going to be a nice, quiet car then for us. We're not even going to hear it.
Exactly. That's why I'm driving this instead of any of my other fleet of cars. No, this is my only car, but it is quiet.
That's a good one. I've got one from a question from Amber Moore in Avoca, Iowa. There's so much amazing fan art of TMBG, and the band always has seemed to follow a well-curated design aesthetic. How do you tend to discover and select artists to work with the band formally?
Well, that is you can ask John Flansburgh that question. He is the former art student and art director of They Might Be Giants, and to him I cede all credit for art direction and every brilliant design idea that has ever come out of this project that's on his end.
Well, we have a question from Carrie in East Lansing, Michigan, wondering what role did formal music education have in your learning to songwrite, and did you ever consider teaching music yourself?
I did try and teach piano, and I was not very good at it. I mean, this was a long time ago, and I think I'm smarter now than I was then. But I just didn't know how to construct a lesson plan. So I was just throwing everything I could at this poor student, and he didn't. I don't think he learned anything, sadly. But I did have a really good music teacher at Lincoln Sudbury Regional High School, this guy named Bill Rice, who was very generous, and he not only taught, he taught special class. He constructed a special class for me and another student who wanted to like geek out on music theory, and he also allowed me to just go through the lockers and pick out band instruments and try them out. And he let me take stuff home. Like I took home my first bass clarinet from the high school locker, and he was just really generous and encouraging. So that was a big thing.
I tell you, if you ever want to get out of the touring business, you could probably do YouTube how to play the accordion lessons, and you would get a lot of followers.
I'm not so sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit like Harpo Marx in that I'm self-taught and therefore maybe not a good influence on other musicians.
I get you
because I didn't really learn any proper technique. Sorry, they haven't surfaced this road I'm driving on right now. It's a little rumbly. They've torn off the pavement, and now it's just this jaggedy. I don't know if you can hear that, but
no, just a little bit. Not till you mentioned it, though. So it still sounds pretty good. Thank you, though. Do you guys got another question?
Well, Lou in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada says, "Careful What You Pack is such a great song. Whatever happened to the unused songs from the Coraline project? Were they ever repurposed for other projects, or are they still as yet unreleased?"
We haven't figured out I mean, there's a few good songs in there, but I don't know. They're sort of specific to the movie Coraline, unfortunately. So I don't know what practical use we could make of them. We got lots of backloggy stuff. I kind of agree. Like, I think Careful What You Pack was the keeper of the bunch of them.
We had a request for that in the first hour. From a what'd you say? No, we've had requests from our youngest requester so far today is a 2-year-old, and we've had a 4-year-old too. It was Lucinda and Cassie.
Is somebody feeding the 2-year-old questions, or are they actually
I don't. Apparently, she's been dancing away all morning too. So.
Okay.
Might have been fed a couple of questions.
Sorry to impugn the 2-year-old in a completely cavalier way. Like, maybe it's a very culturally informed 2-year-old. I'm sorry for the question.
Well, William in Decatur, Georgia is wondering, how did you first become interested in microtonal music used in songs like Dog, I Haven't Been Wrong Yet, and your House of Mayors EP?
Oh, well, so this is the story is that someone I know introduced me to the book Genesis of a Music by Mr. Harry Parch.
Oh, yeah.
And that was when John and it was when I was about 22. And I don't know why, but I devoured this book. And then I called up the Moog company in Rochester, New York, which is where they used to be, and I asked them how to turn my Moog synthesizer into a microtonal instrument. And there's somebody there, and I don't know who it was, but somebody wrote me this incredibly nice letter back, and with a schematic and all the, where to buy all the parts at Radio Shack.
Wow.
To do this project, which I completely suck at electronic stuff. But I followed the instructions. I got the little, there was a little chip and some wires and some knobs and things. And I constructed this thing, and I pretty much blew up my synthesizer.
Oh, no.
More or less fried its innards by trying to make it into a microtonal electronic instrument. And but not before John Flansburgh wrote and recorded this great song called Heptone, which I don't think we've ever released, but that was the first microtonal thing we ever put out, or recorded, I guess, didn't put out, and that was, way back in the early '80s sometime. We should put Heptone out. That was a good song, and it used the now destroyed Moog synthesizer.
Well, I've got a question from I believe it's Matt in Lilburn, Georgia, and referring to a poll that fans just took on the Miscellaneous Tea Facebook group, who I want to do a shout out to. Those guys are great. Asking about what lesser played songs they would love to hear you play at a show. And the top 5 requested songs were Mrs. Train, that was number 1. Weep Day was number 2. 3 was Nightgown of the Sullen Moon. 4 was Now That I Have Everything. And 5 was Brain Problem Situation. He wants to know if you would ever consider adding those on to a playlist.
I would consider adding those onto a playlist if people would request songs from the past century. I feel slightly sad that all of people's favorite obscure TMBG songs are from 40 years ago, but
well, I tell you
that sounded a little spiteful.
No, I get it, but because I told you we've got almost 400 requests. I think probably 75% of them are off of albums in the last 10 years.
Oh, good. Okay,
yeah.
Well, now you made me feel better.
Yeah,
well, I'll tell you what, we'll play all of them in that case. All of them.
Because it's been incredible because people think of They Might Be Giants. You have the hits, but then it's just over the years when we've been doing this, it was like the hits that we were playing, but now it's just like the last, because you guys have put out maybe 20 albums in the last 10 years. And so that's honestly what we're getting the most requests for. So I'm kind of surprised that some of that isn't in there. But out of those 5, is there one that you really, really would like to add on?
I don't know. We'd have to talk about. Every time somebody brings up a song that we haven't played in forever, and that they think we should play, I have a little panic attack, thinking of oh my God, how on earth are we going to ever play that song? How would we play that song? And would it just be awful? I don't know.
Well, we just had... we were just fortunate enough to have Bob Dylan come to town and play, and he did his entire set of songs that but he didn't do any of them the way that he'd released them. They were all...
Yeah, well, yep.
So you could always do something like that.
Yeah, I guess famously that's how Bob Dylan performs. We played a festival on a bill among a lot of other musicians, with Bob Dylan, and so we watched the show, and I don't know why someone's calling me on this line. That's weird. So we sat and watched the show, and it was well into each song where we were like, oh, that's all along the Watchtower.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had some friends sitting behind us who are hardcore Dylan fans, so he was the second it started, oh, that's Highway 61. So I could hear him saying it to his son because he's such a nerd about it. So, but I was kind of oh.
But also because it took that long to figure it out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, kind of related to playing songs live, we're all really excited about the Flood tour coming up. What kinds of things can we expect beyond hearing the songs from Flood? Do you want to give us any spoilers?
We will do our very best to put on a thrilling performance. What else?
I have never been to one of your shows that haven't been a thrilling performance.
Yeah, they're all great.
Oh, well, you guys are nice. I'm changing my live setup, which is I'm going to be trying, and this might be a catastrophe. So that's exciting because the whole thing could just be a disaster. which I know that people in our crowd love this kind of thing when everything goes horribly wrong. But I'm going to be trying to, instead of using my old keyboard, I'm going to be trying to use a computer playing all the sounds, which is, I'm totally dreading, this, because, as you know, computers can crash.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I'm doing that, but except I think it's maybe time to move on and change up my setup.
Because you like to live dangerously.
Yeah, I like to live dangerously. Do I? I don't know. Maybe I don't.
Do you have a backup plan, just in case?
Yes, I do. Currently, my current plan for you techie people out there is I'm going to use my old keyboard, but it will be the controller for the computer, which will theoretically do everything that the keyboard used to do. And then if something goes wrong, we can quickly plug in the keyboard, which will be theoretically doing the exact same thing that it's telling the computer to do. We'll see how that works.
Well, as folks who have tickets for later on, I think we'll be okay. You'll have it figured out by the time we see you.
We'll see. We'll see about that. Who knows? But there'll be some hilarious onstage banter about it if it all does go sideways, I'm sure.
Do you have a question, Chantel?
Sure. All right. So several of your best recent songs, including Let's Get This Over With and This Is Only Going to Go One Way, seem to be dealing with the theme of inevitability. What are your personal thoughts about fate versus free will?
Ooh. Wow. Well,
that was deep, huh?
Can we talk for like a
Let
4 or 5
me pull
minutes
over.
about this?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm going to crash the car now.
But did you? Did you have a choice?
I don't know. I feel like the point of a good song is to be, a good song, like to be a successful piece of songwriting, and in a way, it can be weighed down by too much complex philosophizing and stuff. So I mean, a lot of the songs reflect stuff that we're thinking about, or that the zeitgeist for us in some way. But I try not to get too deeply into trying to explain particle physics or anything in the song, because I think it can detract from the song itself. I think if it's trying to take on too much heavy lifting. But I don't know the answer. There's a really good podcast called In Our Time with the host, Melvin Bragg is the host, and he did a whole episode on free will, which you can look up and download.
What was the name of that podcast again? I kind of broke up when you said that.
It's called In Our Time.
In Our Time.
I think it's BBC hosted.
Okay.
And it's Melvin Bragg, who's this sort of culturati guy. Wow, what is a guy's whistling at me. I cut him off. There are all these guys on electric bikes in New York now, and they've become, it's like this total hazard when you're driving.
Oh, yeah.
They're going really fast, but they're on little bikes. And a guy actually smashed into me a few weeks ago, which was terrifying. But now you can hear I'm backing up again. entering a parking space.
All right. For anybody that's wondering, I just shared a link for the In Our Time podcast on the They Might Be Playing, They Might Be Giants Facebook page. So if you want to check that out, you can swing by there.
Yeah, it's for a lot of people, it's really good if you are having trouble sleeping and need to find something soporific.
Oh.
Because a lot of the discussions get so deep into it that you just pass out from excitement.
Can I ask you our favorite question that we love asking you every year? What books are you reading right now, or do you have any recommendations?
You know what? I knew you were going to ask me that.
I don't wait because you read the best books.
No, I don't. But I did think about it, and unfortunately, I'm sort of in the middle of multiple books because I'm not able to concentrate on any one thing. So So,
Shy Boy Tim just pointed at himself. He's the same
I have the
way.
same problem.
yeah, it's kind of annoying because I get distracted from one book by another book, and then I don't finish either one. But so I'm in the middle of this Indian writer R.K. Narayan has written a sort of short, condensed, and has the version of the Mahabharata, which is the Indian epic. So it's pretty good. The Mahabharata itself runs to like I think 1 bazillion pages or something like that.
Oh my goodness!
So he's just written a novel-length version of it, which tells the story of these two warring clans. But it's good if you're into that kind of thing. I'm enjoying it. I'm probably a little more than halfway through that. There's a cartoonist named Larry Gonick who's written a lot of. He wrote a cartoon history of the universe, and he's written a lot of cartoon guides to various things. And my son brought this to my attention. He wrote a book called what is it called? Hypercapitalism. So that's one of his, explanations in cartoon form of contemporary economics.
Oh boy!
So yeah,
that might be the best way to learn that.
Well, it's probably a really boring topic, so cartoon version is a good way to go. So I've actually read about half of that, and I enjoy his cartoons. They're good. He's written a million of those. They're really good, generally.
I've got a great question for you that's kind of selfish on my part, but
okay. Well, let me just finish. I've got one more book. I
awesome!
To tell you
No,
about,
yeah, keep going.
Maybe I might have mentioned this last year. Michael Pollan, you know that guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wrote this book about LSD, and it's called How to Change Your Mind.
Is that what inspired all the design for this year's posters?
That was
Tom?
the initial inspiration.
Yeah.
Yes, was talking about
you
microdosing
inspired Tom.
last year. Yeah.
I think LSD is a hot topic this season, or maybe a year ago or something like that. Anyway, he's got a good take on it because he's sort of a skeptic, and he's not won over by the sort of new age claims about opening your third eye or seeing God or anything like that. But he just was curious about what psychically happens when you drop acid or when you take hallucinogens or any of those sort of chemicals. And so he went on a little journey and did some exploring and wrote about it. And he's a good writer because he's just got a very dry approach to everything. He's willing to check out stuff, but he's not drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak.
Sure.
All right, sorry, you were going to ask something.
No, I absolutely love hearing what you're reading. It's that, which is kind of a selfish question on my part too, because we're all big readers around here. But I was wondering, since you're somebody who performs a lot, goes out and tours, how realistic is it, my notion that if I learn all of the songs and I'm prepared to sing them, that if something happens on stage, you might say, is there anybody out there that knows the words to the song and could sing it?
Well, I'll tell you, it's getting increasingly likely year after year as my mental faculties continuously decline. There probably will come a day when we'll be calling on people to come up and finish the song for us because we just can't remember how it goes. Hopefully not this year, but someday soon, I think.
Well, you encourage me because there's a lot of songs I could sing along with, so we're good. I honestly feel like you have probably, and I'd like to mention this album one more time, Mink Car. I could sing backwards to forwards, and then.
Okay, well, if we ever do a backwards version,
or
you to come up and.
Or Flood. We were talking about how just that opening bit of Flood when it starts with "Why is the world a love again?" Everybody's just going to be like, it's going to be one big happy Mitch Miller sing along for that at the show. It's going to be fun.
Very good.
Unless you aren't planning on doing that one.
If you were to do a
No,
backwards
I think
album,
we literally cannot do a Flood show without playing that song.
Yeah.
if you were to do a backwards album, would there be secret hidden messages, and what would they be?
Well, they wouldn't be secret then.
They
would
wouldn't be secret. Okay.
Well, if you were parking, I imagine you were getting ready to go in to rehearse, correct?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm actually. I get the feeling that we're not rehearsing for another half an hour. So.
Okay. Because I never wanted.
I'm just sitting here idling. I'm burning fuel, but not too much. In the cool. What's the weather like over there? It must be getting wintry.
We've actually had some really cold temperatures, but today we're up around 40. The other morning it was 1 degree, which was horrible. Well, we could ask more questions. Bruce Cole in Lewiston, M.E. Maine.
The former mayor of Lewiston had the same name as me, so I'm very familiar with John Linnell was the mayor of Lewiston at one time.
That's interesting.
That's great.
Yes. So ask me about Lewiston, Maine.
He wants to know if you guys have ever considered doing an album of just covers, whether a new set or a compilation, or some of the covers that you've done over the years. It seems like you kind of get into covers with dial-a-song songs, but never just a full album.
Again, I feel the rising panic when I'm considering what new things we're going to take on. But we'll definitely be doing more covers. I don't know what they'll be. I doubt we'd do an entire. I guess we did an EP of covers once, way back in the day, but we'd have to assemble more covers to get it together.
I don't see, because there's always that old line about bands when they don't know what to do and they can't come up with original stuff, which you guys have no problem doing. They do the Motown cover album. I don't foresee one of those in your guys's future at all. Although it'd be awesome.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think people would like that. Actually, I feel like it's. We're not the ones to do a Motown cover album.
No.
Put it that way.
Well, do we run out of questions for?
I've got one that came in.
Okay.
Andrew in Jacksonville, Florida asked, if you could send a message through time, what advice would you give to yourself in Flansburgh when you were just starting They Might Be Giants?
Oof. I thought you were going to say in the future.
Or that.
Like, old man. The thing is, I don't know whether you can help. The thing is that people have to learn their own lessons, and I think that was probably true for us. It's like there was plenty of people willing to give good advice to us, and we I suppose we took some of it, but a lot of it had to do with making our own mistakes and making our own choices. So I think that and that sounds like a sort of evasive answer, but I feel like I barely know what to tell my son about, part of the problem is like he's faced with completely different issues and a different world than we were. So, you know what I mean? It's very hard to know how your own expertise can benefit somebody else. Well, of course, if we were giving ourselves advice, it would be very specific. Like, do not cross the street on 38th Street at 5:30 in the afternoon on the morning of the October blah blah. But aside from that, I don't know. Invest in this or that stock.
Well, I've got another question from Maine, from Kim in Owl's Head, Maine. What do you Do you know Owl's
No,
Head too?
I have no story about Owl's Head.
Okay.
It's just a cool
Sorry.
What do
Sorry,
you
carry
hope
on.
to do before you die?
Hope to do before I die.
Yeah, do you have a bucket list, I guess?
I don't know.
That's that's another big
It's a joke.
topic question.
What did your father do before he died? And the answer is he went, ugh.
Alrighty. Moving on.
I hope to go before I die.
Well, I'm curious because a lot of people have been asking too about flood dates. Are you planning on adding on any more flood dates? In particular, people are wondering about worldwide shows with that, or even shows out more to the west. Is this something that's going to expand?
We'll be. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know what's been announced, but we are going to do more shows in the fall. I don't think those dates have been released yet, but yeah, we'll continue to be touring into the future, and not all of it will be flood shows, of course. But yeah, there's going to be more, and things are always subject to change. I'm sure that there's a possibility that we'll do some more flood shows sooner than that. But
Can you hear everybody screaming in happiness from the West Coast? Because we can hear them from here.
Yeah. Looking forward to all the shows in the future with my crashing computer. Exciting.
I'm sure you'll work
yeah,
that out.
I suppose I should probably sign off, but I just want to thank you guys again for all the support, and we are deeply grateful that you're so misguided as to do a show like this.
Well, thank you for calling in. It's always great to talk to you.
Yeah, and if you have any connections in the continent of Africa, that is the last continent we are looking for. Still looking for a request from Africa.
Oh, because you guys got one from Antarctica, right?
Yep, we did. Yep.
Yes, I remember that. That was weird.
So two years in a row we've gotten Antarctica requests.
That's insane. And yet none from Africa. That's surprising.
Well, last year we did, but this year we haven't yet. But we've still got time. Because last year we hit all 7 continents as well.
Right. Very good. That's great. Thank you again. You guys are terrific.
We'll have fun tomorrow, and we will be listening to the show.
Yes. Yeah, and we look forward to seeing you at the Fitzgerald.
Me too. It's going to be fun. And you'll be hearing from Flans later this afternoon, I guess.
Yes.
Yes.
So look forward to that. Okay.
All right.
Great. Thanks again.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Have a great practice.
All
Bye-bye.
right. Bye now.
All right, everybody.
Woo, we made it. We did it.
I don't know why, but I get more nervous about John Linnell than John Flansburgh, and they're perfectly friendly people. But I think it's just just me. And I love hearing what books John Linnell's reading.
I do too.
Now I want to read that book about LSD.
All I want to do is microdose, you guys.
Well, I've got to do a little quick station ID, and then we're going to get back into the music. Keep the requests coming. We actually got a Rhode Island text that just came in.
Excellent.
I'm going to try to see what we need for states yet, and we'll start calling out some of these states. But again, if you have more questions for the Johns, because as John Linnell just said, we'll be speaking with John Flansburgh probably sometime around 2:15, I'm guessing, since they're on Eastern time.
Sure.
2:15, 3:15. Go to tmbg.love, and you can enter in your requests as well as your questions. And again, we'll be sharing your stories as well. So feel free to let us know what questions we should have asked Linnell, and we'll add it to next year's list.
Yes.
But I've got to play Station ID, and then I've got a song queued up. I'm not sure who it's for yet, so we'll all find out together.
Broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato.
This is the Maverick. KMSU 89.7 FM Mankato, KMSK 91.3 FM Austin. Proud member of IPR, Independent Public Radio.
I threw out all of my pants. I got sick of my stinking clothes, I had to get rid of them. I'm not yet considering replacing them, I'm only glad to be rid of them. And rest a while, rest a while. I lay out in the sun too long and burned off all of my skin. I felt so dizzy I got into the car and got into an accident. Out of the burning wreckage I fell, wanting only to lay where I fell and rest a while, rest a while, rest a Lopez, the author of works on chess. Roy, I said you're incorrect. He cut me off and acted mad. He won't even talk to me now, but I don't care, 'cause I'm sick of that guy and I need to rest a while, rest a while, rest a while, rest a while. That operate the motor lose control of the lever, when the mind of its own in the wheel puts two and two together, when the indicator says you're out of oil, should you continue driving anyway? There's a thermostat that regulates the temperature that might not be reliable, that should be disconnected. Turn it up, turn it down. Turn it up when the call brings you down. When the heat bothers you, turn it down. Turn it up, turn it down. As I was just saying, as I was just saying, as I was just telling you a minute ago, I was just talking and someone interrupted. Or was it a loud explosion? Or is the thermostat engulfed in flames? Or is it just me? Turn it up, turn it down. Turn it up when the cold brings you down. When the heat bothers you, turn it down. Turn it up, turn it down. As I was just saying, as I was just saying, as I was just saying. Turn it up, turn it down. Turn it up when the call brings you down. When the heat bothers you, turn it down. Turn it up, turn it down. Turn it up, turn it down. Turn it up when the call brings you down. When the heat bothers you, turn it down. Turn it up, turn it down. Blue canary in the alley by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your body. filibuster vigilantly. My name is Blue Canary, one note spelled L-I-T-E. My story's infinite, like the Longines Symphony. It doesn't rest. Blue Canary in the outlet by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. There's a picture opposite me of my primitive ancestry, which stood on rocky shores and kept the beaches shipwreck free. Though I respect that a lot, I'd be fired if that were my job. After killing Jason off and countless screaming Argonauts, new bird of friendliness, like guardian angels, it's always near. Blue Canary in the outlet by the light switch, who watches over you? Make a little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. While you're at it, leave the nightlight on inside the birdhouse in your soul. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. While you're at it, leave the nightlight on inside the birdhouse in your soul. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. While you're at it, leave the nightlight on inside the birdhouse in your soul. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. Make a little birdhouse in your soul. Waves his broomstick arms and does a parody of each unconscious thing you do. When you turn around to look, it's gone behind you. On its face, it's wearing your confused expression. Where your eyes don't go, where your eyes don't go, a part of you is hovering. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering. You're free to come and go, or talk like Curtis Blow, but there's a pair of eyes back of your head. Every jumbled pile of person has a thinking part that wonders what the part that isn't thinking of. Should you worry when the skull head is in front of you, or is it worse because it's always waiting? Where your eyes don't go, where your eyes don't go, a part of you is hovering. It's a nightmare that you'll never be discovering. You're free to come and go, or talk like Curtis Blow, but there's a pair of eyes in back of your head. Waves his broomstick arms and does a parody of each unconscious thing you do. When you turn around to look, it's gone behind you. On his face, it's wearing your confused expression. Where your eyes don't go.
So I hope you guys have totally been writing everything down, because I've lost the writing everything down list.
Well, let's see what we got here. So, Where Your Eyes Don't Go for Noah in Tallahassee, Florida.
He's having to head off to work.
Have a good work
Hope
day.
it goes fast.
Before that, Birdhouse in Your Soul for Renee and Husband.
From Rhode Island.
From Rhode Island.
So that crosses
Checking
off our
that
Rhode
off.
Island list.
And then Thermostat for Mystery Place.
West Xylophone, perhaps?
West Xylophone.
That's right. They just said their friend was overseas. They were going to bed. They needed to hear it.
Yes.
They might have gone to bed during Linnell's interview because I didn't get a reply back. But keep those requests coming. In fact, I want to play, because I'm looking at the list that we've gotten some requests from these. I just haven't been able to get to yet. But I have a South Dakota request that says, please play anything featuring a trumpet for my Uncle Roy. So I would like to throw this out to the Mind Hive of They Might Be Giants fans and share it on Twitter what trumpet song I should play.
So, like First Respondent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And how do they do that if they need to get a hold of you on Twitter?
Locate a computer and go to twitter.com/TMBG, DOTLOVE, and then tweet.
That's it?
That's it.
All right.
That's it? That's
Simple
simple?
enough.
So a song featuring a trumpet, because I don't have a song queued up, and that will be that song, actually. So we'll just keep talking until until we get that. Although, do you have some... Chantel, do you want to share some more stories? Because I love hearing the stories from people. And I imagine everybody else out there does too. This one?
Can you read that?
Okay. They Might Be Giants came to Baton Rouge in September of 2001 on the day my husband and I met. Fast forward to 2018, we went to the first show that they played in Baton Rouge since 2001. My husband and I attended together. I got one of Marty's drumsticks and we had a wonderful time. If it wasn't for that show in 2001, thanks guys. P.S. We listened to Here Comes Science with our kids every night before bed since it came out. It even comes with us on vacation.
Awesome.
Nice.
Keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going.
All right.
We got some more.
You got other ones that you want me to read? Okay. The very first TMBG song I ever heard was Birdhouse in Your Soul. My 9th grade English teacher assigned us an essay to analyze a song, and I had recently stumbled upon it via YouTube or Spotify or something similar. That was 5 or 6 years ago, but it feels like I've been listening to them my entire life. I can't count how many times listening to their music has inspired me with my art or helped me get through dark points in my life. I took my best friend to see them live when they visited Tempe, Arizona on the I Like Fun tour, and I can say without exaggeration that it was probably the best and most positive experience I've ever had. I want to listen to TMBG from 6 to 6 today, but I have to work. I'm typing this from...
Work is the worst.
I'm typing this from my phone on my 15-minute break at Walmart, listening to you guys. I'll be listening on my lunch break and my last break, too. Thank you for hosting such an amazing event, and thank you, TMBG, for literally changing my life.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Did you get a trumpet answer, Tom?
We got about 27 trumpet answers.
Whoa. Is it all one song?
No, they're different.
Oh.
So do you want just the first? Or
Yeah, it'll be the first one that it might be.
Okay.
Unless it's a tough one and I can't find it.
The first respondent
Go ahead.
Was from Madam Fancy Pants.
Nice.
Wait, Shelley, you submitted one?
Yeah, how did you do that?
Yeah. I don't even know how to use the Twitters.
Madam Fancy Pants says, "No one knows my plan."
I would also suggest the Tonight Show version of Birdhouse in Your Soul.
Oh,
Yeah.
let me see if I can find it. I
yes.
have it.
Both.
I just have to
Play
find
both.
it.
But we got a lot of great suggestions, so thanks everyone for chiming in.
You're the best in the biz.
The best.
Which I would just like to say that whenever I don't know where anything is on the onlines and I need to find out what song is on what album, or pretty much my entire They Might Be Giants life is spent on This Might Be a Wiki, tmbw.net. Thank you guys, because you are lifesavers for moments just like this. Now if you could just tell me where I put my version from the Tonight Show.
And keep the requests coming. Caller Texas 507-389-5678. Call 1-800-456-7810 or drop us an email at shufflefunction@hotmail.com. Submit your requests at tmbg.love, as well as any questions you may have for Flans. and your stories, too. We love hearing your stories.
Now, we were just going to post something on the Shuffle Function
I'm
Facebook.
working on it right now.
Do you want to share what that's going to be?
Yeah,
so people
we
can start thinking about it.
We had someone asking about what podcasts people are listening to. So if you have any suggestions for podcasts that would be really fun to check out, send them.
Linnell just shared.
Yeah, right. Send them our way. Post them on the Shuffle Function Facebook. I'll be putting a post up there about it, and then just add them in the comments. Because I'm working my way through Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend.
Oh, good.
Which is a great podcast. Yeah. And I'm also really like The Canon, which they don't make new episodes anymore. It's, was it Amy something? She's a film critic, and Devin Faraci is on for like half of them. But they talk about songs that they feel, or movies that they think should be in the canon of necessary films that people should watch. And they have great discussions. So.
I was recently listening to a really cool podcast. There are 2 series, but the overarching name of the podcast is called Scene on Radio, like SCENE, and it's done by John Bewin, who's a Mankato native, but now he lives in he works at Duke with the Center for Documentary Studies, and he has one called Seeing White, which is about race, and Men, which is about gender. And super interesting. I found out about him from a friend, and I literally like binge listened to them. It's very, very well done.
Do you have any
how's
podcasts
that?
You're listening to,
I
Shelley?
don't know. No, because I haven't had a lot of free time as of late.
Okay.
I have favorites, but nothing that I've been listening to. Although I'm a huge This American Life fan, so you can never get enough of that in your life. But share with us what you're listening to. We're going to have that up quickly at because Shy Boy Tim can type like nobody's business. He can even type without looking at the keyboard. Look, he's looking at us and he's typing.
How's everybody doing?
He can talk.
And
he can talk and not look at the keyboard.
And I just want everybody
type.
to know that while I'm typing and not looking, I look like Dave Thomas impersonating Liberace.
You do.
So.
But that's going to be on our Shuffle Function Facebook page. If you go to Facebook, if you can find that, you can find Shuffle Function. It's 2 separate words. We're at KMSU 89.7, the Maverick in Mankato, Minnesota. And I love it that John Linnell was the first one to call us out on our accents. Mm-hmm. That was about 6 hours almost, 5 hours after the fact that I thought that it would happen. But I've got No One Knows My Plan queued up, ready to go. Do we know where Miss Fancy Pants is from?
Let me check.
So we can put a pin in the map?
Oh, boy. Let's go
Wouldn't it be
back
great
here.
if you were from Alaska?
Madam Fancy Pants.
Madam Fancy Pants.
Madam Fancy Pants says that they're located in the land of insanity. So,
that would be Washington, D.C.
Yes.
Oh, I was going to say, Tim, you're going to have to draw that
Put
on
a
the
pin
map.
in District of Columbia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I've got that coming up, and then we've got a Nevada request, and we were looking for Nevada, so we can cross that off the list, too.
And I just want to point out, too, that the current host or guest on Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend is my boyfriend, Paul Rudd.
That is such a fun episode.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah,
very entertaining. Does he just run clips from Mac and Me the whole time?
They talk about that.
I'm sure they do.
Yes.
All right, this is well, I can get both of these in right now for the top of the hour. We'll be back soon.
In my prison cell, I think these words.
Taking up an angle, working on the tiny blueprint of the angle, sketching out the bright and autumn leaves. No one understands, no one knows my plan. I must be silent, must contain my secret smile. I want to tell you, you're my mirror, you're my iron bars. No one understands, no one knows my plan. Wake up, put on my makeup, and pick the rake up, and rake my hair. And I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands. I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands. I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands, on my hands. I'm looking down and I can see what I've got on my hands is a brain problem situation. 29 inches of snow on the top of the situation on the brain, and the scraper I buried somewhere in the springtime will emerge. And I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands. I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation. In the back, in the back, in the paper bag is the source of the call. It was traced to the paper bag. Yes, the call has been traced to the bag.
Stand up and put our hand up, and with our eyes closed, we touch our nose, and the cop tells us, but we don't know, but we're starting to feel like we got a brain problem situation on our hands. We think officer, but we don't know, but we're starting to feel like we got a brain problem situation on our hands, on our hands. On our hands. In the drunk tank. We're in the drunk tank. We're in the drunk tank. All by ourselves.
And I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands. I think maybe, but I don't know, but I'm starting to feel like I got a brain problem situation on my hands, on my hands. We'll be singing when we're winning. We'll be singing.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Please send the night away. Please send the night away.
He takes a whiskey drink, he takes a cider drink, soda drink. He sings the songs that remind him of a good time. He sings the songs that remind him of a good time.
Don't cry for me, next door neighbor.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down.
Please send the night away. Please send the night away.
He takes a coffee drink, he takes a lager drink, he takes a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of a good time. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times.
You're listening to your local independent public radio station, The Maverick, KMSU Mankato, KMSK Austin, at 89.7 FM in Mankato and 91.3 FM in Austin. Online at kmsu.org, broadcasting from the campus of Minnesota State University, Mankato. Big ideas, real world thinking.
That going out to Aiden in Scotland. Tub Thumping,
That's
live
right.
at the
Love it.
Onion. Yeah, one of our favorites around these parts.
Before that, brain problem situation for Matthew in Las Vegas. And
Which means we could cross Nevada off the
That's
list.
right.
That's one we were looking for.
And No One Knows My Plan for Madam Fancy Pants in Connecticut.
And crossing off South Dakota.
That's right.
So we need to hear requests from Vermont, New Hampshire, West Virginia, Mountain Mamas, Kansas, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, Alaska, and Delaware. And some of these I think we've gotten requests for. I just haven't found them
played
yet.
them yet. Yeah.
But Alaska, we need to hear from you. Africa, we need to hear from you. Maybe John Linnell got a hold of somebody for Africa.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear from you. You can send us your requests very easily by going to tmbg.love.
On the computers.
So did we just finish hour 4 or 5?
We're starting 6.
We're starting hour 6. That's where
So
we are.
we're on hour 8.
Now I know where we are.
We're almost at noon.
Yeah. Well,
I feel good that we've got John Linnell's interview under our belt.
Yeah.
Got John Flansburgh left. I always feel good about the requests and playing music because you can't go wrong playing They Might Be Giant songs. What are you breaking stuff?
What's going on over there, Tom?
Sorry.
So I always feel good about that part, but I always get nervous about the interview parts. So we were lucky enough to speak with John Linnell. If you missed it, know that we are recording it. In fact, we probably have to go back and change that out.
I was just
going
to check. I have an alert to go off pretty soon to go back there, but I will check and
we
make
are
sure the recording is
recording
still
it,
going.
and we do get them online eventually. Although we also have great fans who sometimes just record the interviews and put those out sooner than we can, which is great. And we've had folks that have been sharing some of their artwork too, haven't we?
Oh, that's fantastic. On Twitter, people have been sharing the artwork they're working on as they're listening. It's like super awesome. Check it out. Check it out.
And we are getting some suggestions for podcasts. If anybody's listening, wondering about some good podcasts to listen to, Linnell had suggested one during the interview. So we're getting suggestions from other listeners, including one from my cousin, son of Lessa Kahuna, who does one about Eurovision called 12 Points from America. So if you're a fan of Eurovision, that's a good one to check out. Stocked full of Eurovision nerds, exactly as you'd want it.
Here's the thing about Eurovision. When your cousin asked to do the day, or was it a day sponsor? Or program director?
Program director. They came out and did a Eurovision
Now it's kind of
show.
like Eurovision. All right, this is going to be good. Now, I'm not such a fan of all the music on Eurovision, but I'm a fan of the way that those guys geek out over Eurovision. So I've become a fan of Eurovision because of them.
Right. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the music, but I'm
Although-
a fan of the spectacle.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. As hardcore as some people are about, like, They Might Be Giants, they're just as hardcore people about Eurovision too.
Right. And they know the stories behind the songs and the people that are performing them, and the politics sometimes behind some of these international competitions. It's fascinating. So yeah, if you're a Eurovision fan, 12 Points from America would be an interesting podcast to check out.
Any other podcasts we can name?
What do we have? Badvertising. It's a humor podcast run by 3 women whose goal is to come up with hilariously bad marketing campaigns and product ideas for famous companies and franchises. That sounds really fun.
I could do that.
You could. I know you could.
Have you ever heard my idea for the next in the Saw movie series?
This is the greatest slogan. This would be, if they decide to go even farther with the Saw series, this is what the slogan should be.
It would be, don't just seen it, saw it. Huh?
Yeah? Huh?
Oh, boy.
Just start counting those box office receipts.
You guys are good at polite laughing.
uncomfortable
What was
laughing.
well? It was like that maybe the first year that we interviewed John Flansburgh, and I brought up my Rainbow Chasers
Oh God. Yeah.
TV show because he said they didn't
But
know
no,
what to do next.
look,
and I thought my reality show about Rainbow Chasers.
I'm glad
if
that-
I could pitch it to
No.
somebody out there that's bigger than me.
I'm
And
glad
it was just silence.
that I'm here when those moments happen, just because it's without those moments that we do not learn. I remember when they came to Mankato and we were interviewing, and you said, "Tap me on the head if I say something stupid," and I forget what it was. You made some comment about the Grateful Dead that made no sense at all, and Linnell was like, or Flansburgh is like, "What? What?" And full disclosure, I edited that moment out of the video.
I don't even remember.
I to save Shelley, I edited it out of the video. So
I don't remember that day at all. It was just
It was a
like-
blur.
It was just too much fun.
Yeah.
I've got some breaking news here. Sonia says that she has snagged someone for Alaska, so we'll be looking out. Be on the lookout for Alaska.
Sweet.
Also,
Be on
a
the lookout for Alaska. Are they coming?
A request is out for Africa, maybe an Africa connection, and also says that Katie was from New Mexico. So we should have
Yes,
New Mexico.
that's true. Katie was from New Mexico.
From Los Alamos.
Right.
Oh yes.
So that would I
Okay.
would say that would count. It's not
Oh,
a
yeah.
request, but it's a photo.
Okay.
So yes,
I'll get on it.
Definitely.
And we
Thank
just
you,
got
Sonia.
we just got a Utah. Just got New Hampshire, which I think was that's on
Yep,
the list too.
yep,
You guys
yep.
are great.
Sweet.
We got Washington D.C. Even though we put the crazy pin into Washington D.C. But thank you. Keep those requests coming. Oh, we just got Montana too.
Yep, we had Missoula.
Oh, we had Montana.
We had
Okay.
Missoula.
Missoula, yeah.
Yep.
Keep the requests
But, yeah.
coming, you guys. You're fantastic. And right now, my computer's being updated, so I can't get to the onlines. Man Camp is taking his lunch break. So
There's a lot of
you
hot
can
diggity
keep,
dogs to
You can
eat.
keep
Right.
texting, but I can't see them right now. So if you
Right.
text me something that's time sensitive, my station manager will be coming in here any second and finishing it up so I can
Right.
get back to it. But we are still looking for requests and still looking for stories. And go to the Shuffle Function Facebook page where you can share your favorite podcasts. You can also share photos of where you're listening from, which I really have been enjoying looking at those
I
photos.
should see if we've heard from anybody on those yet. We had Alex the Math Machine, who I forget. I want to say he's in maybe 6th grade, 7th grade.
So he's one of our young They Might Be
from
Giant
Mankato
fans.
here. He's a big They Might Be Giants fan. He had to miss his request today because of math test, but he's very excited about today. This is why I hate math.
He came in and wanted
Math
to,
and work.
He wanted to hear Chip the Chip, right?
Yes!
And I gave him because I
yes.
have an extra copy of Escape Team, and I gave it to him, and he was like, I get to keep this. It was so adorable.
Also, hello to Paul in the film equipment room at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, which is also a bunker without windows. He's been listening to TMBG since 1992 when his best friend's brother's best friend dropped off a mixtape of the band. TMBG became
That's
the soundtrack of his
complicated.
life that day. How lucky we all are to have this group in our lives that has remained a constant source of great art and joy. Thank you, Johns, for always being there, and thank you, Shuffle Function, for providing a TMBG Christmas every year. Aw, thank you. Also, did I mention Summer is listening in Austin, Minnesota? Thank you for that. Jack is listening in Falmouth, Cornwall, England.
Ooh.
Wow.
So there's that.
I would love to say I'm from Foulmouth.
Sharon Punter is listening in Wales.
Wales, that's awesome. We just Oh, it's a whale.
It's a whale sound.
Is it a yelling whale or
Good night, everybody.
the swimming mammal whale?
No, that's just me on fire.
Okay. Well, I've got our request. I told you guys what it was, and I've forgotten now it's for Ashley in Charleston, South Carolina. That's the next song. Can you look to see what it is, Tim?
Pet name.
One of my favorite songs.
Pretty good.
In fact, They Might Be Giants. If you need somebody to come up on the stage because you forget the words to this,
that's right.
I've got this one covered. just so you know, we could maybe we could just sign up a list of like everybody sign up in case they don't know these songs
Emergency.
at the concert. You get to sing this.
That's a very good idea.
We'll get one
Shelley.
for the Fit
What
show.
could possibly go wrong?
which is not to say I like it. We met at a party, not to say I was invited. You said love was just a lie, but I could tell that you were lying, and we almost figured out how we'd get along. And given time, we find it strange to be alone. And you work in a hotel at the magazine concession. Back in just 5 minutes, reads the sign above your station.